Where is my microphone? Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, can tell I started before I was ready. So, fucking hell. Right. So basically, I thought I would. Oh God, my eye is so puffy. Good way to start it. Right. So I thought I would talk about. Wait a sec. What is going on? Angular. Straight. Okay, that better. So yeah, I thought I would talk about. It's going well. It's going really, really well. Let me. So I'm going to talk about. What am I going to talk about? Apparently, what I'm going to talk about over and over and over, I just never actually get any words out. Apparently, that's what I'm going to do. If I could just get my shit together, that would be great. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about. I'm just going to outline like generally what my views are, I think. And then if anyone wants to challenge me on them or ask me questions about them, then they can. I think that's a good thing to do. Oh, let me get chat up. That would be handy, wouldn't it? So yeah, I just think I haven't really expressed at one time what my views are. I just thought I'd give like an overview. I didn't get to see what you said in chat. Could you send it again? Sorry. Chat only just loaded. But yeah, so my general thing. Oh, hello. How's it going? How you doing? Yeah, I'm just going to give an overview of like my political sort of and sociological viewpoints. We'll see where the discussion goes, but I just thought I'd give like an overview because really I just go off on individual subjects and I don't know that that's particularly helpful altogether. So I thought I would explain myself essentially. And I'm going to make clips out of this stream and keep them on the old highlights so that people can have a small point of reference. And I'm going to do my makeup whilst I'm doing it because I look grim today. So yeah, that's the plan. So I thought I'd start with corporations are evil. That's a nice starting point, I think, for my views, because they are. So one of the I want to eat but I don't. One of the things that sort of underpins a lot of my thinking is like law. So the main three things that I consider generally are economic systems, legal systems, and political systems. I would argue that the economic system influences both the political and the legal system, which is fine to some extent. I think there should be some symbiosis, to be honest, but that's not what we have. We just have corporate hegemony, basically. So that's an issue in my view. And I think that a socialist government is the only way to really fix things. What that would look like in practice, I struggle with, as do all socialists. But it doesn't mean that you can't still talk it through. I'm hoping that over some years I'll get clearer on that issue. But for now, I'm not entirely sure. So the thing is that my background is anthropology, sociology, and criminology. And because of that, I understand the world as having developed in a very particular way. And that sort of underpins a lot of my opinions on these issues. So I'll explain that understanding first, I think, and then explain my views. So something I learned is that generally the progression of society is presented as if sort of European modern societies, the ones that we call developed, this is generally the way it's viewed by economists, classical social theorists, philosophers, etc. This is generally the view held. And a lot of that goes back to Hegel. And even Marx kind of believed this, which is problematic in itself. But essentially, the progression of society is seen as our societies being the pinnacle of that progression. We are the end point, essentially. We're the most modern, and everyone else should follow. And that's kind of what justified colonialism, still does in a lot of people's view, the old civilizing process of colonialism. Freedom, justice, what is it? Justice, liberty, and democracy. Them things. However, one of the things that's really left out of this history of the progression of societies is the development of the corporation and the European state at the same time, and like their role in society, which means that actually the claim that people make that, you know, developing societies or third world societies need to follow the same route I mean, even that is flawed in itself, but the idea is that third world countries should, and I don't like that term, but it's the term that's used, which is why I'm using it, that they just need to follow the same steps. They just need to become producer societies, then eventually they'll become the same as us and we'll be all good. What that doesn't recognise is the role of corporate... Oh, geez. Is the role of corporations in the development of global society that we have now, which makes it actually impossible for poorer nation states to develop beyond being production-based societies. So that's like a core tenement of my views, really. And because of that, my view is essentially that capitalism will always mean corporate capitalism. Corporations existed before sort of the capitalist system that we see now, but not in the same way that we have them now. And one of the core things that I think changed corporate governance and corporate influence in society was limited liability and corporate governance laws. So that's an issue that I think really isn't discussed that much. Social harm by corporations is I would argue a direct result of capitalism and can't actually be fixed in a capitalist system. Now, what that means for the future is a little bit harder to talk about because, as I've just outlined, the problem is a global problem. Because corporations are international, so it's hard to discuss what the solution would be because the problem is much bigger than any nation state, and yet the legal system that we have deals with us on a nation state basis. Which I would argue is a direct result of corporate influence on legal systems, political systems, etc. So I think in terms of like how to fix that, that's where I struggle, because essentially you would need a globalist, you'd need global governance from a central point, seemingly, but I don't like the idea of that. And that's when we get a little bit, complicated. I suppose you could call me an anarcho-socialist more, if that's a thing, if that can be a thing, really. You know, because I don't like the idea of a central authority running okay, so I actually believe that it's necessary to have some sort of centralized global something. What that would look like, I don't know. Which is what capitalists were always like, oh, well, it's not a solution then, is it? No, you're right, it's not. It's a work in progress. But you know, like how do capitalists argue for getting rid of corruption in capitalism? I would be very interested to know. And how to like fix the issue of social harm in capitalist systems. So my main example for that would be environmentalism, or just environmental issues. So corporations have no legal impetus to reduce social harm because of the legal systems that we have everywhere. There's actually no motivation for corporations to reduce social harm, because law essentially supports corporations' right to do what's best for the corporation, and those powers are seemingly going to be increased at the moment. Now, the problem with that is that I'll explain what I mean. So corporations at the moment, there's big discussions amongst economists arguing that shareholder primacy in corporate governance is the problem that needs to be fixed in a capitalist system, because they've recognized that there's no legal obligation for corporations to actually give a fuck about anything apart from the corporation. This has been blamed on shareholder primacy, the idea that corporations keep working towards profit all the time at the expense of everything else. So that's what economists are saying at the moment. Shareholder primacy is the problem. If we reduce shareholder influence on corporations, then these social issues that corporations are currently running into, and not putting any thought into anything other than short-term profit making. The argument by economists is that if we don't let shareholders have so much influence, if we don't let a board of directors have so much influence, then the staff of the corporation will be able to make better decisions, better for the corporation. That's the legal system we already have. That's not really changing the legal system much at all. It might put the liability with the executive sort of branch of each corporation a little bit more, but that's about it. So I actually believe, and there's some evidence for this. Not that I'm not doing references. I'm not doing any evidence at the moment. I'm literally just sharing what my opinion is on these things. I can do more follow-ups with proper research. This is just a general outline, but yeah. So the main issue with, so I'm on a board of directors, right? And so I'm aware of the liability and where it sits, and where the decision making sits in corporations. And the problem is that at the moment, all of the liability sits with board of directors, but all of the decision making, pretty much, day-to-day decision making is the staff. And actually the hey, how's it going? How you doing? And actually the problem is exactly that. So you've got the legal liability sitting with the board of directors, and the decision making sitting with the staff. With the current solution that economists want to apply to corporate governance, which is reduce shareholder primacy and give more power to staff in corporations, it's actually going to mean that corporations have no legal obligation to think about anyone outside of the corporation at all. Shareholders at some point were meant to represent sort of the public and what the public would want to some extent, because of obviously the way history was. That meant rich people generally, and that is a problem. But actually, getting a more diverse board of directors who then have liability, and we should be giving them more decision-making powers. That's a better solution than what economists are proposing at the moment. So if corporations are able to only work in the interests of that specific corporation, which they are legally, and for the most part, and those powers are going to be concentrated even more into staff hands, into each individual corporation's governance. Corporations will have no legal obligation to think about the environment, to think about the local community, to think about anything other than what the corporation needs. Our legal system still supports the idea of sort of growth and stuff. Our legal system supports that because our political system supports that, because our economic system underpins that. So what I'm saying is that essentially, oh, sorry, I got scared then. I'll show you just so it makes sense. I've got pickled cabbage and omelette. Weird combination, I know. And I just picked up that, and it's blue. This is the red cabbage. So, shit, where was I? Oh, fuck, I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember. Oh, no. I'll go back to the board of directors being more diverse. So that would be a better solution than what economists say right now. Yeah, corporations have no legal obligation. Oh yeah. So the political system that we have, because it's underpinned by the economic system that we have, also values growth on a national and international scale. Yeah, you can't just join Clubhouse though. Someone has to invite you. And it's mainly corporate people on there. Yeah, so our economic system underpins the political system. The political system supports growth because of that. And so our legal systems support that too. It's, yeah, I would, but you have to be invited, don't you? So, yeah. So these are the things, this sort of underpins all of my thinking. And it's, so what I would argue, sorry, I know I'm chewing. That tastes good though. So what I would argue is that a capitalist system can't fix any of those problems because of the obvious limitations, to be honest. Because they come from a capitalist system. So I should probably explain why corporations underpin a lot of the economy, because I know that people will say small businesses exist, corporations don't dominate everywhere and whatnot, which is true to some extent, but oh, thanks. Thanks, Amy. I'll have a look. What have I done now? And my eyebrows very uneven, aren't I? Oh well. Anyway, yeah, fair. So I so the main thing with corporations is I tend to look at capitalism from, you know, there was a time that corporations existed before capitalism really existed, and you know, I'm sure people could make that argument, but the global economic system that we have now is completely underpinned by colonialism. I don't think that can be argued to be untrue. I would find it very strange if someone said, hey, if they had evidence, I'd be very interested, but I'd find it very strange if someone could make, I find it amazing if someone could make the argument that the global system that we have now was not completely influenced by colonialism. Colonialism first, colonial expansion, imperialist expansion, sorry, first started through corporations. And that's a really important part of history that I think we kind of overlook a little bit. So let's say in India, for example, it was the British Tea Company, I believe. Again, I can do more in-depth analysis with actual references and stuff at another time, but I'm just explaining where my viewpoints come from generally today. So a really interesting thing that I think we ignore in the development of the global economy that we have now is the fact that corporations were the first, really, or the most successful, definitely, to undertake imperialist expansion. So I give the example of India with the British Tea Company. It was the British Tea Company that first moved into India, and then it was backed by the British with the military and whatnot. That's a really important development, part of our history development that I think we kind of overlook a lot. So because of that, and because of, obviously the resources that were going to be gained during that time, European imperialist societies developed legal systems which supported corporate interests and corporate interests, I think is fine. So for me, that's what I feel like we need to go back to a little bit and look at more in depth. So corporate influence, where many would argue that corporate influence is a sort of part of late stage capitalism, or corporate capitalism is like a late stage part of capitalism. I don't think that necessarily is true at all. I just think there's more corporations, and also there's more some corporations have got so big and so international and monopolistic that it's glaring now. So yeah, that's a thing for me. Was there any society in history that wasn't somewhat capitalistic? Yeah, loads. Loads. Do we have a lot of written evidence of that? No. Yeah, I get what you're saying. You don't get the point of fighting capitalism, but actually, like you say, the only way to do it is through global dictatorships, but we already live in a capitalist global dictatorship, is what I would argue. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure at the start of the industrial era, people would have said that it's very idealistic to give all citizens, or give all people in a nation citizenship, and to develop contracts and stuff. I'm pretty sure at the turn of any economic system or any system, I'm pretty sure people will have gone, well, calm down, it's not going to happen, So I get what you're saying, but I have to be optimistic that there's something else. I just have to. So I'll talk about that in a little bit, if that's all right. I just kind of want to finish my train of thought. So I think one of the important things that we need to look at in modern society is the fact that is incorporation as a principle. Now, I need to do lots more work on this. It's something that I plan on doing a lot more work on and you know, publishing about at some stage. But I do believe that the idea of being incorporated and the benefits that that brings you is inherent and a core part of capitalist systems. With that comes limited liability, which is a term that only really came about, you know, during the industrial era and during imperialist expansion. The idea that there's diminished responsibility because you're a group is a strange one. It's a corporate one. It is purely from the development of corporations and capitalism. And not only that, it's seeped into everything. So all of our, now again, I did already mention that corporations existed before the capitalist system that came about with, you know, the industrial era. So that's something to bear in mind. But I want to give the example of the City of London or the City of Manchester or any of those kinds of things. They are all the London Corporation, the Manchester Corporation, which means that they have the same philosophy as corporations that they are meant to be governing, but they work in the same way and they have the same sort of philosophies and principles underlying them and processes. I don't know what you mean by everything wrong with capitalism could be solved with good and intentional design. Capitalism is based on growth, and you know, corporate governance essentially. So I don't think that it can be. I think the problem is inherent, and this is my point really. Is like where you've got local governments that work literally in the same way as a corporation because they are a corporation. How are they meant? How are they meant to bring in political or why would they bring in political or legal systems or policies that would diminish their own power? It in the same way that, you know, largely elitist MPs in Parliament aren't going to vote against their own interests, much in the same way that, you know, nurses don't get pay rises, but somehow MPs always do. They didn't this recent time in the UK just because of the public backlash, but that's a very big exception to the rule. Why would governments, if they work as corporations, put limits on what corporations can do? No, the same argument can't be made for any other system. No. It can't. Being selfless isn't the same. That's not the same thing. That's a big conflation that I don't think is fair. It's not about being selfless. You don't have to be selfless. So here's what I would argue is that I haven't worked all of this out, so bear with. But I think instilling a system that supports agency could support pretty much everyone. That's not what we have at the moment, though. We've got a legal, political, and economic system that supports property rights, economic growth, and diminished responsibility. That's what our social system is sort of based on at the moment. There's no need for that at this stage. It's not about acting against your own self-interest. So a capitalist system, because it supports economic growth so much, and because it supports diminished responsibility of corporations, means that there's no long-term planning for anything. We also see that reflected in our political systems because of the short-term, the short terms that they all have. It's from the same thing. It's because the economic system that we use underpins, this is a Marxist argument, I'm aware of that. The economic system underpins the political and, more importantly to me, the legal system. You could certainly make the argument that they're not separate, but we're not getting into that right now. So yeah, because everything's on a short-term basis and on diminished responsibility for corporate individuals, but full responsibility for citizens, you're always going to have an imbalance. It does have to support limited liability. It's why the system exists. The legal system exists for corporations for the most part. That's the point, really. Corporations are not being made more liable. Have you seen people convicted for any of their actions as part of a corporation? No. You know why? Because the argument is always made in corporate law that if it was in the interests of the corporation, the individuals who made decisions were just doing so for the corporation, and therefore there's no responsibility to be had. So then how do you affect change? How do you make sure change happens? If there's no legal ramifications, if there's no legal repercussions for the individuals within a corporation, why would those individuals make the corporation do anything other than what is in the interest of the corporation? Because that is what is legally supported. For example, J&J. Oh, thank you for the follow. Corporations is vague. I mean literally within the legal sense of having incorporated a company. Or it doesn't have to be a company, does it? That's kind of my point. It's the literally, I mean the legal sense of the term, which is if you have incorporated, you are a corporation. So I believe that the same sort of philosophy, well, okay, I think that the same philosophy exists within governments. That's my point, because they are incorporated. So anything that is incorporated is going to work in that way with limited liability, because that's the legal system that we have. Even charities, this is something, again, I'm just giving my general opinions. I'm not going too far in depth in any of these issues at the moment. But I think even, say, charities. So I am on a board of directors for a charitable organisation. It is incorporated. Okay. Can I just give this anecdotal evidence and then? Yeah, I will for now. So it is incorporated and therefore has to work within a corporate legal framework, which means there are certain things that can and can't be done, and there are certain interests that you then have as an organisation, which are purely governed by your corporate interests as an organisation. I really believe that one of the major problems in society is the fact that essentially everything that has all organizations that have any power in society are incorporated, and therefore they work for the corporation's interests. That is part of corporate law, that the corporation will work towards its own interests, and that's it, and that's all they're legally responsible to do as well, and that's all that individuals within the organization are legally responsible to do as well, which can mean, and this is what I argue, is that social harms, there's no impetus within our current political legal system for social harm to be mitigated at all, because let's say J&J, they have a legitimate legal defense within the current legal systems that we have to say that where there was arsenic in this would be a sub point. This wouldn't be their main argument, but it would be a way of making sure that nothing too bad happened. They will be able to say that this individual over here was trying to do what they could for the corporate interests, for the benefit of the corporation. This individual, a staff member, was trying to do this for corporate interests. You can point to individual incompetence and things like that. You can point to individual mistakes, and then you can say that they all just did it for the interests of the corporation. And that's it. So like J&J with the arsenic stuff, they will have had the legitimate argument of saying this individual covered this up because they were incompetent, they were stupid, they made a bad decision, etc., etc. You can show a litany of mistakes by individuals and then say, but they were all trying to do it for the interests of the corporation. And so there's no legal ramifications. There's nothing that you can do. So yeah, that's it really with the old corporations and being incorporated. One sec, I'll be back. So another example of this would be schools. So here in the UK, schools are incorporated. There's no legal obligation for them to instill knowledge or to make the populace more educated. There's no legal obligation, there's no political obligation, there's no impetus really, actually, because the legal system doesn't necessarily support that at all. That means that schools and school trusts, particularly, everything's a trust. Everything's a trust because it's incorporated. Those organisations have no impetus to work for the benefit of their students, or in the NHS trusts, there's many NHS trusts across the UK. There's no impetus for them to work for the interests of citizens because they're legally obliged to work for the interests of the corporation, which means making money on, interests on having funds, which means that you would actually need to not spend so much of your funds. You would just you could ring fence it, and you can ring fence your funds, meaning that they're not accessible to. So if you ring fence funds, you're essentially making sure that it's only there to be used for investment funds and stocks and stuff like that. That's what you're doing. If you are incorporated, you have a legal obligation to your corporation to support its growth, which means that you have a legal obligation to take money away from, if you're, say, a school trust or an NHS trust, you have a legal obligation to not spend money that would make services better for your citizens or students or whatever, and to actually ring fence those funds and keep them for the stock market. There's a really good example of that in Australia at the moment. There was like a relief fund that was built for something. Sorry, I'm forgetting the details, but there's a fund for some kind of relief. Not one penny has been spent on anyone, on any of the victims. The money has literally just been stayed there, and interest has been accrued on that fund. That's it. The same thing is happening with pensions in Manchester in the UK. There's pensions funds, and this is one of the biggest scandals that's happening at the moment, and that people don't really pay attention to. So there are people currently putting money into pension funds, particularly public servant pension funds. Those pension funds are becoming increasingly insecure, as in long term, they are probably not going to be there because of the risky investments that people are making with this money. But it brings in so much interest for the local government, which is a corporation and therefore has a legal obligation to support its economic growth. That essentially what we could have in 15 years' time is a lot of pensioner age people with no pension whatsoever, because the government 15 years ago decided to take all of the money and put it into risky stock investments, which got them a lot of interest at the time, but ultimately lost all of the public servants their money. That's what's going to happen very shortly, and very few people are looking at it because why? Governments are corporations. So if everything is a corporation, which most things are, they're not going to argue against corporate governance and corporate policy, like, you know, the legal system of corporate law. It's the same with charities. So as I said earlier, I am on the board of directors for a charitable organisation. We have ring-fenced money. Okay, this isn't a decision that was made whilst I was on the board of directors, so I can't be blamed for it. Well, I could actually. That's the thing, because the legal liability sits with me at the moment, which is interesting. No, so there's actually an impetus for board of directors not to call out previous bad decisions because the legal liability would sit with them at the time. Interesting as well. Another reason that I believe corporations are evil. So we're a charitable organisation who actually wants to change the political system, which is why it's quite amusing that we fall into the same pitfalls as everyone else. So a lot of money from the sale of like a sister or daughter organisation, you know, there was a lot of money generated from that sale. That sale, the majority of the money from that sale was ring-fenced. That decision has meant that now, as a charitable organisation, we are working. So, like as board of directors, for example, I'd say at least a third of our time is spent discussing investments and stocks and funds and things like that. That is what happens with being incorporated. You you have to work towards the interests of the corporation, because that's your legal obligation. So yeah, I mean, it's everywhere. If everything is incorporated, that those processes and principles are going to permeate through the whole of society. So that's one aspect of why corporations are evil. That can be further fleshed out another time. But another way that corporations are evil is a more contemporary issue, in the sense that let me think of how to put this. Let me have a little think of how to put this for a sec. Okay, let me start with a different point. That's easier. So another reason that corporations are evil is because what we end up doing as individuals, so the majority of people in the world will work for corporations, I'd say. Absolutely, in the developed world, the majority of people work for corporations, right? What's the biggest corporation? Either Walmart or the US military. One of them. And because a lot of people work for corporations, they get a few benefits of working for a corporation, right? So individuals see, let's say, what's a very common corporate benefit that workers get? Healthcare. Let's say in America, healthcare. That's a big one. So because a lot of people work for corporations, they get these benefits of health insurance and stuff like that through corporations. Oh yeah, another one would be like vehicles, corporate vehicles. Like you get a company car, you get a company mobile phone, you get access to all these things. But the corporation can rip it away from you if you do something they don't like, right? So you get all of the material benefits that we all say we desire, right? And so you're thinking, oh, I'm doing well. But then, a global crisis happens. They lay a load of people off, and those people who get laid off, for the most part, will experience downward social mobility and very rarely get back out of it. So I think a lot of people, might not be able to afford to buy a phone outright for £100, or not £100, for £1,000. But the corporation sponsors it, and so we go, oh, okay, it's fine. But that's limiting your individual freedom, really. Because if you want to leave and do something else, if you want to, do anything, you're going to have to consider, can I get all of those material things that I now have come to value? if I leave this job. You might even rely on a lot of them. In fact, I would say that's kind of the kicker, is that you do rely on a lot of them. And so if you want to leave a corporate job, and by that I don't mean like office middle management, I just mean anyone who works for a corporation. If you want to leave, you have to consider, okay, how am I going to get access to all of those things again? How am I going to have a car? How am I going to have a phone? How am I going to afford lunch now? Those kinds of things. So it seems like you're getting everything that you want, but they can be taken away at any second. And that is a problem. And I think it's a problem that can only be solved by a socialist sort of government, governance system, economic system, whatever. Because there's nothing wrong with having like public access to things instead of private, individual property rights. But it shouldn't be able to be taken away at any given time, which is what corporations hold the right to do. If we had a socialist system, corporations wouldn't be the one making that decision. You could argue that could be more dangerous, I'm sure. And I'd be willing to have that conversation and, probably concede that point. But at least with the idea of government, there's some sort of accountability. We have a legal system. We have a political system, that supports being able to get rid of people who aren't working in our interests. When it's corporations making that decision all the time, they don't have to think about that. It's what works for the corporate interests. And we're seeing this more and more with like the Davos Economic Forum and stuff like that. They are, the people in charge are generally saying that's what they want to move towards, is corporations owning everything. And therefore, if it's corporations owning everything, then it means a very few individuals really owning everything, doesn't it? So the argument is that we can have a future where everyone has access to everything but owns nothing, which I would probably be in support of if it was a group of people doing it, with some sense of accountability to the public. Sure, I'd probably be on board with that. But corporations have no legal responsibility to the general public. They have a legal responsibility to themselves, and that's exactly the issue, in my opinion. So, yeah, I guess that's my main thing, really, is all of those issues. I don't, obviously I haven't developed it completely, this viewpoint, and I'd be very willing to hear criticism of it. As long as it's not, well, we've always done things this way and what's the point? Just give up. because that's not an argument. That's well, it's an argument, but it's a fallacious one. Appeal to tradition. That's not an argument, right? So, yeah, that's what I believe. Now, the main thing is, the main stumbling block for my theory is, how do you fix all of that? Good question, to which I don't have the answer yet. So I would say that you need, if we just look at a nation-state basis for the moment, because essentially, if we're being realistic, like, if we're thinking about how genuinely, like, if socialism were to take off, right, how would it work? Probably it would start at a nation-state level. It would have to be one of the, global economic powers really going socialist, right? So, and then that's spreading, right? So if I think about this on a nation state level, because that's the framework that we're in at the moment, not because I believe in nation states, or I believe that they exist, but I just mean I don't agree with existing. So let's think about how this would actually work out. So I would say, first of all, if we go back to my example of schooling and healthcare, if they no longer worked as corporations, and they had to start thinking about what their purpose is, and the people that they serve rather than the corporate interests, things would change very much, spending would be allocated in a much more efficient way. It would mean that people being employed would be employed because they have the interests of the people at heart, not because they're good at cutting costs. So, like, operations managers at the moment, for example, people who are operations directors, those in charge of operations of a corporation or any organization, but if you're an organization, you're generally incorporated. What they do at the moment is cut costs and increase profit as a direct result of that. If operations managers were working under a socialist system, and particularly a socialist legal framework, they wouldn't have that impetus, right? That wouldn't be their core drive, which is what it is at the moment, because of the legal and political system that they work within, which is one that just supports corporations. So if an operations manager had to think about their operation as a social body rather than a corporation, that's going to significantly change the general day-to-day running of that organization. So, like, schooling and healthcare. What we have at the moment is people making business decisions in the interest of the business, not for the public, which is what socialism would encourage, is a legal and political system that puts the citizens, the public, first. So schooling could be let's just say generally targets would be different, right? The targets of an organization would be different. It wouldn't be to cut costs or increase growth or anything. It would be to deliver the service or product that you serve. So if you're a school, your targets would be based on educational attainment, right? There would be no consideration of the cost. Not no consideration, but it wouldn't be the primary thing that motivates corporate governance, which is what it is now. So let's say school trusts are a good example. In fact, NHS Trust is probably an even better example. So NHS Trusts exist across the UK. They make all of the decisions for a number of hospitals in a local area. They're currently legally obliged to ensure the growth of the trust and the economic outcomes of a trust. There's no legal obligation for them to provide good healthcare, for example. There's no legal obligation to consider the patients much at all, apart from in safeguarding. Safeguarding is an interesting area of law that I can cover another time, that actually goes against everything else in the legal system, which is quite interesting. But yeah, so NHS trusts at the moment, they work in the interests of the trust, not in the interests of the hospitals, not in the interests of the doctors, not in the interests of the patients, but the trust. And the trust is a corporation. So same thing, investments, funds, blah, blah, blah. There's no argument to be made in that scenario, for example, that we need to do that because, you know, the argument that capitalists make all the time is how would you get investment from outside sources for an organization if you didn't have, you know, the system that we have at the moment. It doesn't apply to this, does it? Because the funds come from the government. So we don't need to worry about return on investment or investors at all. The public are the investors with their taxes, with their national insurance in the UK for the most part, for the NHS. Taxes too, but yeah, that's not, so it doesn't work there, that argument, you know. So why is that? Why do NHS trusts not have an obligation to their staff, to their doctors, or their patients, really, apart from as employees or service users, which is a very particular legal framework, and it's because they work as corporations. So another thing with corporate governance is bureaucracy is inherent within it, and that again is down to the corporate legal framework that we have. So then, for example, I'll use NHS trusts again as an example. Okay, so corporations are run in different departments, right? And it's again, this is where diminished responsibility really comes into play, is so you've got one department that worries about the distribution of funding. Okay, so you do that. That's the department that distributes the funds to other departments. Those different departments get a particular budget, and then they work within that, right? Now, I've given this example before, I think on stream, but I've spoken about it a few times because it's blown my mind, to be honest. So January 2020, I was in hospital, and this is when there was a lot of talk in the news at the time about there being a shortage of doctors, a shortage of nurses, and it was because they weren't offering to pay enough for doctors and nurses, right? So you go, oh, okay, fair enough. Well, if you don't have the money, you don't have the money, you know. But that's because that particular department, staffing, isn't allocated a good enough chunk of the budget, right? So then you've got another part of the like corporation, another department that's in charge of building maintenance, right? Building maintenance gets a huge budget. Why? Who knows? Who knows? Diminished responsibility. Various different people down the line made that decision. Who knows why? And, you know, there's no legal obligation for us to find out about any of that. And so So this is something that I saw with my own eyes, and obviously that makes it anecdotal evidence, I'm aware, but you know, this is feelings, no facts today. Well, no, it is a fact that it happened, I suppose. Anyway, so I watched as a head nurse of a department came in and was discussing with a doctor the fact that her manager had just done an overview of the ward and decided that because an operations manager, that's who it was, okay? So operations managers, as I just said, are motivated by keeping costs down, etc., within the current capitalist framework that we have. If an operations manager was working within a socialist system, I do believe that they would be legally obliged to make sure that they would be evaluated by different things. So it would be based on, you know, the healthcare that you provided rather than the costs and savings and profit and stuff. So a head nurse for a ward, January 2020, came in. They were having a discussion with someone else and said that this operations manager had decided that because they were just about getting around with what was it? So there was 2 assistants, 2 nurses, and a head nurse, a ward sister. So that's what they had, and because they had just been managing with that, they said, so you can actually get rid of one of those assistants now. So I'll take one off of your ward and put them somewhere else, right? So that's an operations manager decision that was made, which meant that older, more vulnerable people, who were the majority of people on this ward, had less care than they should have. The head nurse, the ward sister, was saying, like, we were just getting by with them, like we were just being able to actually like give proper holistic, we were on the border of being able to give proper holistic care. That's a term I used, she didn't say that, but I'm just paraphrasing. Where you can actually take the time and say, like, oh, so how's it going, like, are you doing okay? Find out about the background of the patient, make sure that they're not vulnerable when they go home, those kinds of things that actually long term reduce costs, because social care costs way more than all other healthcare, right? So long term, in terms for the whole society, for the whole of society, it actually makes more sense for nurses and nurse assistants to spend 5 more minutes with each older patient that is in hospital than to cut costs in the short term and yeah, save a bit of money, right? So it actually makes more sense long term, and so a socialist system, I believe, would support this, for nurses to spend that 5 minutes extra in a ward, and so to have a few more nurses in a ward than it would to not, right? So that was an operation manager's decision to do that, because that's what they are told that that's what they're evaluated on, is cutting costs and increasing profit. If they were evaluated on, you know, the possible long-term effects and social outcomes, it would be a different story altogether. You wouldn't take that nurse assistant off that ward because they were just about coping. You'd keep them there and maybe even put another one in, because ultimately it's going to cut costs anyway, because you're thinking about the whole system rather than your little corporation, and it's going to improve outcomes significantly for everyone involved. So that's a decision that was being made anyway on that ward. Okay, so that's an example of like where you've got one department making decisions about one thing, and then the next thing that I saw literally 5 minutes later. So I've already said, like, different departments get allocated different amounts of money, and then what they do with that is up to them. For some reason, don't ask me why, because I don't actually have an explanation of this, but the building maintenance guy, one of the main building maintenance guys for this NHS hospital and therefore the NHS Trust, came in, and he was he was measuring. So bear in mind, we've just had it where the ward sister has had to make the decision. Well, the operations manager has had to make the decision to cut staff on a ward with vulnerable people to cut costs. Then the building maintenance guy comes in, and he's measuring up the windows, right? And some other guy was talking to him, and he's like, "Oh, what are you doing that for?" He's like, "Oh, well, we've got the budget, so what I thought I'd do is," he might not have said we've got the budget. I might be adding that in. But he said, "Well, what I'm planning on doing is, because we've got different types of blinds all across the hospital, what I want to do is spend the money so that we get uniform blinds across the whole hospital." It's like, okay, sure. But is that a priority where the NHS is crumbling? Like, is that really a priority that we need matching blinds across a hospital? Because I tell you what, as a patient, I couldn't give a flying fuck. Like, I would rather make sure that I had a nurse's assistant so that I would, get up to go and pee. No. My discharge as well took twice as long as it probably could have, because there just weren't the staff on the ward. Do we think that the money could have probably been, distributed better? Yeah, I think it could. And do I think it would have within a socialist system? Yeah, I do think so, because everything wouldn't be on the short term. Not everything would be about money. It would be about the social outcomes. So, like, are we sending old patients home to somewhere that, actually they don't have much support, and they're going to end up breaking their hip very shortly and then back in hospital again? Are we going to ruin their life by constantly just not quite paying attention to them? Probably, yeah, because that is what's happening at the moment. Within a socialist system, I genuinely don't believe that would be the case. Now, within a corrupt social system, it probably would be. But my ideal wouldn't be to have a corrupt socialist system, which is what I would argue communism is. I've not seen communism be anything other than a ruling elite and the proletariat. So that's what I think with that. And I think it would be the same with schools. I think it would be the same with prisons. I'll give another example of, so at the moment, a lot of our public services are being handed over to private corporations in the name of efficiency, right? And cost cutting. Savings for the taxpayer. That's how it's presented. The taxpayer actually doesn't care about savings because we don't know where the taxes are allocated. We don't know the allocation of taxes, do we? We don't actually pay attention to that. What we care about is the social outcomes. So we should probably have a system that also cares about that. So prisons, not so much prisons themselves, but the probation service here in the UK. It might not be called the probation service anymore, but because they changed the names of it so that you can't track the outcomes so much, because that's something that's done a lot. I should probably expand on that, but I won't for the moment because it's a very long side point. So the probation service, or whatever the hell it's called at the moment, that's what when you come out of prison, you are allocated a probation officer, and they make sure that you're doing whatever the fuck you're meant to be doing. They are meant to support you in what's it called when you something back into society? You know what I mean, anyway. To get back into society as like a decent citizen, a good part of society, right? That's what they're meant to be doing, is supporting that and making sure and lowering recidivism rates. That is what probation is meant to be doing. But because they're being assessed by cost cutting, cost effectiveness, and those kinds of things, what's happening is the probation service is unbelievably useless now, because private corporations, like the corporations are legally, I keep saying this, corporations are legally obliged to ensure the economic stability and therefore growth, because those mean the same thing in a capitalist system, of the corporation, right? That's what they are legally obliged to do. So they are going to be assessed by those measures. When the probation service was a public service run by, public servants, sure, there was problems. But again, that's because the public service is also incorporated and therefore works within somewhat the same framework. But at least the evaluation process was somewhat based on recidivism rates and making sure that these people are like integrated back into society. Now it's quite the opposite. It's unreal. We see the same thing in private prisons. That's a more complicated issue though, and not just down to it being capitalist. So I won't go into that right now, or corporate. Like, it's a much more complicated situation. So it wouldn't be fair to put that all down to that. But yeah, those are some major things that I think about. I also think about, like a lot of Americans, they don't like the idea of socialism, or they think they don't, but actually all of the social outcomes that they look for would be supported by a socialist system. So like your firefighting service in America, that's a socialist enterprise completely. The rare one in America. It makes sense, no? So those are the kinds of things that you could make sure would be addressed in the socialist system. I think another thing is waste. There's no legal obligation for corporations to mitigate the waste that they engage in, and then obviously pollution. Like waste could mean two different things there, and I mean it in both senses actually. There's no obligation to consider any of those things. Within a socialist system, there would be, because it would be a public good, or things would be public goods. So you're going to be motivated to make sure that things are efficient. And in the best interests of the public. So the post office, and Royal Mail. So Royal Mail. One sec, because I really need to know that I'm saying the right thing here. I'm pretty sure I am, but I'm not sure. Nope, that's too complicated. No. Oh, wait. Yeah. Royal Mail got sold off, right? It's private, and it has become less efficient as a result. And it's not as good at providing the service that the public want now. Post offices are still semi-public. Now, why did the government sell it? To raise funds. Turns out, as we've seen with COVID, you don't have to sell anything that the government owns to raise funds. You can just print fucking money, because that's the thing that the government does. You can just give money away. You can borrow money from the bank, from the national bank, because no shit, the government fucking owns it. So even these things where they say they're selling things off because they need to get money for whatever. No, you don't. And you wouldn't have to if if the majority of things were public goods. I'm not arguing for a completely socialist economy, but I am arguing for a majority socialist economy. I have no problem with small businesses, no problem whatsoever. No problem with small time franchises either, because generally you're still fairly integrated within your local community, and therefore have to consider the same issues as a public entity, because otherwise your business will just fail, right? If you don't have public support in the local area as a small to medium sized business, you'll fail. That's it. And that I support. So yeah, I think that's an overview of some of my thoughts on that. I would say, I mean, I could go into various different things. I think another big thing in terms of academia and so-called intellectualism is that it's increasingly influenced by corporate interests, not only because universities are incorporated and therefore have to work in the interests of profit making and investments and stuff, but also because outside of the university bubble, if researchers want to get funding, it's largely coming from corporations. You're not really getting, rich benefactors funding research anymore. And even if they did, they probably do it through a corporation because it makes sense, because there's legal and economic benefits to doing so. It would be probably quite stupid for a rich person to directly give money for funding when the current system that we have would encourage incorporation. And we see that with Bill Gates, with Warren Buffett, with everyone. They all have trusts and funds and shit. So yeah, that's a major thing for me in terms of like influencing education, influencing academia. Corporations kind of hold all the power now. And that's a significant problem for critical thinking. That's, for me, a huge issue, which I think people should probably pay attention to. Because, if you know that the way to get funding is to cover particular topics and to steer away from particular topics, then that's what you're going to do, isn't it? Especially considering increasingly we have the same sort of group of people in academia over generations. So you end up with like very little new blood, very little new ideas, and just people who are willing to pander to corporate interests because they want a career in academia and that's just what they've always been taught to do. That's a problem, Again, I think that would be fixed if we went towards socialism, because I just don't see the argument. If there is a genuine, argument, then I would love to hear it. And I'm not saying that sarcastically. I know I sound sarcastic, but I always sound sarcastic. I do mean it though. Okay. So I would say oh shit, lost my train of thought. Shit. Funding, corporations, pandering. Oh, I can't remember. Oh yeah, if it was socialist, I don't think that would be the case. Weirdly, we have a lot of public funding for research, and then all of the profit taking is done by corporations. So a really good example of that is the mRNA vaccine. All of the developments, I mean, this isn't me advocating for the vaccine. I'm neither here nor there on that. But the technology itself was developed with public funding, and now all of the benefits are being reaped by private corporations for producing it. That's bizarre. It just is. Now, weirdly, see Dominic Cummings here in so Dominic Cummings, I talk about him all the time. I won't give too much of an overview because I've spoken about him so many times. But he was the Prime Minister's main advisor for a while. But he was advocating for a public research sort of body. I don't know exactly what his vision was for that, but I think I actually kind of agree with him, and I don't agree with him on anything. But on that, I'm kind of like, maybe it does make sense to do that. What it would make more sense to do is make sure that all the benefits of like go back to the public body that funded it all, which doesn't seem to happen at the moment. Again, though, that would mean some sort of coordinated, because we are a global system, whether we like it or not. We are a global economic system. I would just say we've got bureaucracy in different departments and whatnot. That analogy would need to be fleshed out more, but not today. Oh jeez. Yeah, so I would say fuck, I'm too tired. I've lost my train of thought again. Jeez. Oh, no idea. No idea what I was saying. So yeah, yeah, that's it really. I think that kind of gives a nice overview. Yeah. So I would just say, like, the conflation that people generally have with, like, not conflation. A lot of lefties tend to like blame private corporations solely for all of the issues in the world, which is somewhat true. Like, I'm not saying it's not really true, I'm just saying, like, the issue lies in the fact that everything is a corporation, even public organizations, public institutions. They are all corporations, and so they are motivated by corporate interests, obviously. How could they not be? So, yeah, that's it, really. I think the only way to fix that is socialism, because capitalism encourages everything to become a corporation, which means working against the interests of the public for the most part, because we aren't corporations, and corporations have more legal rights than they do obligations, and particularly more than individuals do. As in, individuals are subject to more scrutiny and social responsibility than corporations. So yeah, that's it, really. I'm getting really fucking tired, and I don't know why. So I'm gonna get going for a bit. Jeez. But yeah, that's it, really. Yeah, I don't think I have anything more to say on corporations, but I feel like that gives a little bit of an overview of my sort of thinking. Basically, I believe that our political, economic, and legal systems are underwritten by corporate principles, and that is socially harmful. I should probably specify what I mean by socially harmful, but I can't be asked right now because I'm tired. But yeah, that's the general gist of what I'm saying. Now I'm fucking knackered and I can't think. So wonderful. Yeah. Well, I can't think of anything else to say right now. Other than everyone should eat fermented food. Really good for your digestion. Oh, and also, random now. I'll change the name of my stream. Here's a random thing that I did some research about today. Because of the way coronavirus works, or COVID-19 specifically, because coronaviruses all work in different ways, and there are lots of different types of coronaviruses. But yeah, because of how it works, the receptor that it so it's called the ACE2 receptor, where COVID-19 joins onto, right? I remembered reading about that when I was doing a biology module, and I was like, that has something to do with cystic fibrosis. And then I was thinking, cystic fibrosis causes a mutation where your receptors get covered in mucus, and you can't, like, a lot of things aren't taken in because of that, and so your immune system gets fucked because of that. But then that made me think, well, that must mean then, surely, that people with cystic fibrosis are very highly protected against COVID-19. Did some research. They are. People with cystic fibrosis really aren't affected by COVID-19 that much at all, which I just thought was interesting. And would also explain, so there's a few things. So actually, the ACE2 receptor is present in various different organs, lungs, intestines, some other places, but the also the testes, right? So that's where the ACE2 receptor is, which would explain why men are getting COVID-19 so much more. So that's interesting, I thought. And then I was thinking, well, if mucus covering the receptors protects you against ACE19, then of course smokers are going to be somewhat protected, right? Because the cells in the lungs are going to be covered in fucking mucus. So I'm going to keep smoking until all of this is done, because apparently it makes a lot of sense as to why smokers would be protected. So I'm going to keep fucking up my lungs, and in the hope of protecting them from COVID. And yeah, that's it really on that one. I should probably have more to say, but to just come out with the COVID stuff randomly now. But just thought it was quite interesting. Didn't really mean to talk about it, but I get like that when, oh no, just realised. No, it's fine. But yeah, there was something in my head. I was like, I remember reading about the ACE2 receptor and receptors and cystic fibrosis. So yeah, cover your lungs in mucus and cut off your testes. Joking. But yeah, if you want to reduce the ACE2 receptor picking up COVID-19, then that would be the way to do it, because the ACE2 receptor is in your testes if you're a man, and also your intestines, lungs, and a few other places. But it does explain why men are so much more susceptible, and also why smokers are protected. So I just found that pretty interesting. So yeah, whilst so I don't know if you've seen, but like the AstraZeneca vaccine is increasingly being shown to be quite a problem, and so young people are being told not to use it. So yeah, whilst that's happening, I'm just going to keep smoking, covering my lungs in beautiful mucus. Yeah, that's the plan. I just thought it was quite interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really mean to talk about that. I don't really like talking about COVID stuff that much because, you know, you get called a kook. But I was very on board with the idea that that COVID was probably out of a lab, and that was literally dismissed with QAnon shit, which is when I stopped talking about anything to do with it, because I was just like, this is crazy. There's a lot of evidence that this is a man-made virus, and there are microbiologists who say that, and people are like, no, it's fucking racist to say that. More racist to say Chinese people are eating bats, and therefore, like, it's gonna be therefore it's gonna be, you know, transmitted that way. That's more racist. I think it's much more sensible to say, oh yeah, it probably came from a lab. Like, yeah. But yes, so I thought I'd just tell people about that with the ACE2 receptor stuff. I just thought it was quite interesting. So if you're a man, not much you can do about that, is there? You've got testes, can't really help that. If you are already a smoker, cool. I don't know what can generate mucus in your body, but I would say if you can try and generate some mucus, a layer of mucus inside your lungs, you'll probably be better off. How the fuck you do that? Je ne sais pas. But yeah, I just think it's quite so by the way, now that I'm on to COVID, there's a couple of other things that I just thought I'd mention, which is the various tests work in different ways, and there's quite a lot of evidence that you know, some are much more efficient than others. So like the rapid antigen test has I think been banned in America recently. That might be rumor, that might be real, I'm not sure. Because it doesn't work. Which I already knew from anecdotal evidence, but I mean, yeah, I can't really say much more than that. But the PCR tests as well are very flawed. So what they do is they test for S proteins essentially. Because of the revolutions that are used, the high revolutions that are used in testing, in breaking down the DNA of the virus and then testing for it, we can't really be sure that we aren't essentially detecting all coronaviruses, which would explain why flu has just disappeared since COVID testing started. I think not all flu, because influenza is the main thing, but yeah, there are some coronaviruses that are definitely being picked up as COVID-19, not definitely, can't say that, but are most likely being picked up as COVID-19. So that's interesting as well. But yeah, just thought it was quite interesting, the old developments on that. So like the lab leak thing, that's hilarious that people dismissed that, which is why, for the most part, I'm staying quite quiet on all COVID-19 stuff, because it's quite clear that this is such a political issue rather than a health issue. So yeah, I'm sure more things will come out and we'll see even more bullshit, but yeah, for the moment, interesting times anyway, isn't it? And yeah, if you can cover your lungs in mucus, get it done. So I'll get up about the ACE2 receptor quickly, just so that you know I'm not chatting shit. I still might think I'm chatting shit, but what can I do about that? I'm trying to find a nice, easy. Yay! Got my first member on Reddit. Thanks, man. Or woman, or whatever. Thanks, person. So I'm just trying. Sorry, I'm just trying to find a really nice and easy little diagram for the old ACE2. So here we go. Here's my simple one. Here. So this is the ACE2 receptor, and this is SARS. Now, the S protein is something that we test for in some of the tests. We test for the S protein here. Some test for the N protein, the nucleic acid. It depends which test. I'm pretty sure in the UK we only test for S proteins. That's what I'm pretty sure we do. So yeah, that's how it binds, and that's how we get infected. Essentially, is the ACE2. Now, I'll just come off of that quickly. But the ACE2 is found in these different places in your body, which is interesting. So it's this, yeah. I mean, this makes sense, but the ACE2 was also the functional receptor for SARS-CoV, the initial one. So SARS. Interesting. So I imagine probably. Let me have a look at this. I would actually imagine that HIV is probably the same then, because it has basically the same S protein, or for sure subset. So there's S1 and S2 as subsets of the S protein, and one of them is almost identical. I think it's subset 2 is almost identical between HIV, SARS, MERS, and COVID-19. So I imagine if you found a treatment for the if you found a way of blocking the ACE2 receptor, that would probably be. Oh no. Again, I'm kind of chatting out my arse here. I don't necessarily know that that's true, but I like doing my research, and these are the conclusions that I am coming to. Fucking hell, where's? Sorry, I just can't find. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yes. So. Oh, this could actually explain why the blood clots are happening. Maybe. No, I need to do more research before coming out with claims like that. But it's interesting. Anyway, let me show you. So here we've got as you can see, the receptors for the ACE2, or the ACE2 receptors are found in the brain, the throat, the nasal cavity, the heart, the lungs, the intestines, and the testes. So that's interesting. I think. But what do I know? Yeah, let me just go over I may as well do it whilst, you know. So here we go. Here's another little. So see these antibodies. That's what we're testing for in some tests. Is the antibodies. So the antigen test, the rapid antigen test that we have in the UK that are found to be highly ineffective at actually measuring whether you do have COVID-19 or not. That's what we're testing for. So what they have is a strip of those. Shit, is it a strip of them across? Oh, I've forgotten. Something like that. But that's what we're using to test. I should know. I should know more before just saying shit. But yeah. ACE2 deficiency. So the ACE2 expression is found almost everywhere. Is that the ovaries as well? Doesn't seem to be. Not found in a few other places. Interesting. So that's that anyway. Because I was doing some research into the similarities of the S protein and in SARS, MERS, HIV, and COVID-19, and there's a lot of similarities. A lot, which some have said indicate that they are all man-made. However, when I've looked at research that said that, there was one paper that said that, for example, it came out of India, but it was retracted because of criticism from the rest of the community. But it did get published, so it did go through a round of peer reviewing at least. sorry, it was a peer-reviewed journal, so I should specify. Like, yeah. So that's interesting, I think. So yeah, I was looking into that anyway to see if there was any drugs. So what I wanted to look at is, does PrEP protect you from COVID-19? Because PrEP is a type of antiviral drug that's used to protect you against HIV infection, and gay men are often told to take it. Sex workers are told to take it as well. But it's in the UK, for example, it's become very popular because it really stops the transmission of HIV. It just, if you have sex with someone who is HIV positive, you will not get HIV if you're on PrEP. That is something that's happening. And I was also thinking about like the people that I knew in Africa who had HIV and they're taking ARVs. And I was thinking, oh, well, if the virus works in a similar way or attaches, binds into the body in the same way, then maybe they'll be protected by their ARVs from COVID-19. And I thought I'd have a little look into where ARV uptake is quite high in Africa, whether that could maybe explain some of the low rates of infection. Because at the moment, scientists are coming out with the idea that so they came up with a few things, none of which are really based in much at all. So at first people were saying, oh, it's just because of flights not going to Africa that much. But no, it's been long enough that if transmission was going to go, it was going to go. So South Africa is the only country in Africa that's really had a high rate of COVID-19 in the same way that Europeans, countries and whatnot have. The rest have had significantly low rates of COVID-19. Is that a testing issue? Maybe, but not many people have actually put that forward as a possibility. People have just been saying, oh, well, flights, there's not as many flights there. Yeah, but there's a lot of overland like transport, so it would have transmitted by now. We're like, what, 2 years in? I'm good. How are you? Yeah. So that's something interesting. So they said that at first, and now what scientists are saying, what Western scientists are saying, is that they're just more used to coronaviruses, so they're more immune. That's it. That's the explanation. The big old explanation. Good. And I'm just like, I don't think so. I don't think that is a good enough explanation, actually. Because if it with the caveat that they say that because they're in poverty-stricken, highly populated areas, that's why they've become more immune to coronaviruses more generally. But critics of that theory have said, well, people in Brazil would be protected then, or poor people in lots of different places would be protected because, if we're saying they're just more used to coronaviruses, like people in poverty all across the world should be, no? So that doesn't make sense as an explanation. So yeah, I started looking into it just to see if maybe where there are high rates of ARVs being used because of medical experimentation with African people, by the way, the history of that. That's the only reason ARVs are quite well funded in Africa, is because they didn't want to test on white middle class gay men in developed countries for HIV treatment, so they did it in Africa instead. So there is quite a lot of funding for HIV treatments in Africa, and ARVs are a big part of that. So I was wondering, does ARVs protect you against that? Maybe. I was trying to find data on our ARV uptake in Africa versus coronavirus hotspots and stuff, and I wondered if that might be it. I can't seem to access the data to support my argument right now, but it would be very interesting to see, because Spain are starting to see that, well, one study coming out of Spain has certainly said that that there is that people with HIV are less susceptible to particularly the worst effects of COVID-19. Whether that's because of I don't know enough about this, but whether it's because of the ACE2 receptors that I was talking about earlier, it could be. Maybe not though, probably not, I would say. Or because of the ARVs they're taking. Who knows? But there is certainly evidence starting to stack up from a few different places that people with HIV are somewhat protected against that. Now, the problem in finding out whether ARVs do protect you from COVID-19, because there are particular ARVs. It's not just antiviral. Oh, I should stop using those terms. Antiretrovirals is what it's called. So I'm not giving my opinion on COVID vaccinations. I'm just talking about what I'm talking about. So yeah. Yeah, I was looking into all of the ARVs that different people use, and ARVs, there's four main ones, 5, 6 maybe, types of ARVs that people use for HIV, and one of those is used for PrEP, which is the one that people take when they're having sex and they don't know if the person might have HIV. It 100% protects you from getting HIV. There's other combinations of ARVs used as well, depending on where you are and the cost of it, and all sorts, whatever your government funding program has at the time, whatever. So there's like various different ARVs, and I was trying to look into like whether there's particular protection from any of those. There's not enough data out there to find out at the moment. One of the best places that would have been really good to find out if it helped. Oh, thanks for the follow. One of the things that would have been really good would have been the old in developed countries. I don't like that term, but I feel like people understand what I mean more, and it's more specific. Yeah, like European countries, the UK, for example, we've been rolling out PrEP amongst gay people and sex workers for for a couple of years now, and for a few years, but it's quite popular now. Most gay men do take PrEP because it's free. NHS, socialism. So that would have been a really good way of establishing some data sets about like whether PrEP does prevent COVID-19. But actually, all of the this is crazy, but all of the charities to do with like HIV, uh, uh, gay advocacy, LGBT, etc., were advising people not to take PrEP because they shouldn't be having sex with different partners, because obviously we're not meant to be meeting up with people. So I imagine that means that PrEP was not made available during the lockdown. I'm not sure about that at all. That could be wrong, but it seems like from what I did get to read that there was a big encouragement to get off PrEP during lockdown. Even from their own advocacy groups, like HIV advocacy groups in the UK were saying like, yep, don't be taking it because you shouldn't be having sex. Like, that's not a position, but anyway, that would have been a really good data set to see, oh, okay, do ARVs actually help? Do we need to do this vaccination thing at all? See, this is my thing, is that I'm starting to see from the research that I am doing, like cystic fibrosis, people with cystic fibrosis being highly protected, stuff like that. The ACE2 receptor playing such a significant role. Like, why are we not trying to use drugs that we've already approved for human use? Because they've been tested and trialed for lots. You know, like when something is so a lot of people know these examples because obviously American stuff is more popular. But like when a drug's FDA approved, it can be used off the script, so it's like for a different use, but it's FDA approved, so we know it's safe for humans to use and consume, but we don't know necessarily does it work for this particular thing. That's what we should have been doing, is those kinds of things, rather than lining the pockets of pharmaceutical companies and developing new things that we really don't know about and don't need right now. There's plenty of other drugs that we could have tried. I think is it called Tenofovir, something like that. Trump was talking about it. Trump spoke about it. It's one of the ARVs that's used against HIV, and it was dismissed. It was dismissed completely because Trump spoke about it. It's like, but that's a genuinely good thing to trial. We already know it's safe for people. You could do it on a small scale thing. In fact, you could probably use people who have HIV and who are already using the ARV as an example. Not by infecting them with COVID-19, I'm not saying that, but just seeing if they're generally protected. Those would have been good things to do. So yeah, I think that's quite interesting. Yeah, so sorry, something came up and I was like, why? But I can't really see why. Cool. So yeah, it's been interesting doing all this research. Certainly has been for me. Now, I was thinking like out loud earlier. Is this why that AstraZeneca vaccine is giving people blood clots in the brain a lot? And it is random blood clots that work in a very strange way, right? Is it because, this would make so much sense. Let me show you. So is it because of the ACE2 receptor? Because people keep getting blood clots in the brain, in the liver, and in the vascular system. It keeps happening. And also long COVID has a lot to do with the intestines and colon and stuff, doesn't it? So I'll do a little bit of research. I'll do it now. I'll find out if the is it the AstraZeneca vaccine? Because I thought the AstraZeneca one wasn't mRNA. I thought it wasn't. Or is it? The viral vector vaccine. So let's have a look. I'll read through it with you. Yeah, so it's not the mRNA vaccine, which is why I'm finding it strange that it's working this way. But maybe this is because it is a manufactured virus. Maybe it just works in a much more potent way. So the blood clots keep meaning that people aren't using it. But this makes sense, doesn't it? Would it make sense that that's why? They occur in unusual areas of the body, like the abdomen or brain. That would be explained by the ACE2 receptor thing. Couldn't it? Maybe? I think it could. They also have low platelet levels. Now that's what's strange about it, because that low platelet levels means not clotting. Uses an adenovirus. Shall we look up what adenovirus means, shall we? Shall we do a proper little deep dive on it? Why not? I did do a lot of this literally the other day, but we'll do it again. Yeah, because you've got adenoviruses and then you've got rhinoviruses, which are also a common sort of flu, cold type virus. See, now I'd have to know exactly how this is working though. You know, how the AstraZeneca virus, the AstraZeneca vaccine is working. Let me look it up. Here we go. It's made of another virus that's been modified to contain the gene to make a protein from SARS-2. Yeah, wait, how does it work? It contains the gene for making the spike protein, the S protein. Which part? Subset 1 or 2? Or the whole thing? So that's why. Some people are clearly not responding well to that. Right, so I definitely won't be getting a AstraZeneca or Johnson & Johnson. Because they're not even really sure what it does. That's the thing. I need to find out which gene they're using, because then I can do more research on it. Oh, hey. I haven't. I've got 5 left. I'm on my bed. I was clearing up earlier, so yeah, almost finished the Ferrero Rocher. But yeah, I'm deep into COVID shit right now. I just want to find out the active substance. That's what I want to find out. I looked into this the other day. Okay, so I think I know what it is that they're using, but let's find out. You're seeing what I'm seeing, aren't you? I don't know what's meant by investigational. I guess untested. So it uses a weakened version of a common cold virus. So that explains why people get like a bit of a cold, no? That contains the genetic material of the spike protein. Is it the whole spike protein or just one of the subsets? That's what I'm trying to find out. Thank you. Self-control, I don't know about that, but downloading graphics from. I'm a blurry. I'll work it out at some point. But yeah. So got a big bit of pickled garlic here. I pickled this cabbage myself, by the way. Very proud. But I think this is going to be intense in flavour. And I don't know if it's. I think it's going to be nice. But yeah, my eyebrows are on fleek. Indeed. That is an intense flavour. It's nice though. Ho ho ho. So this is their own website. Oh no, I don't know who this is. European Medicines Agency. Okay, good. Suspension for injection, blah 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 blah. One dose contains chimpanzee adenovirus encoding the SARS. Produced in genetically modified human embryonic kidney. 293 cells. And by recombinant DNA technology. Is it the whole? I think it's the whole protein. Interesting. I probably wouldn't have done that. Obviously, I'm not a scientist. But would you not try one of the subsets first, rather than going? I don't know. Oh, I see. Yeah, I should probably make it lower so that it's easier for people to watch, but I will sort it at some point. Right, let me look this specific thing up. I have to take you off this quickly, just whilst I'm, because I've got personal information and stuff. Here we go. But this is a circular thing. Like they keep saying it's the vaccine, and then they're saying that it's something within the vaccine. Oh, it's the fucking patent name. I'm an idiot. Fucking hell. Such a fucking idiot. It doesn't specify the part of the vaccine, the part of the protein that they're using. But I was looking up, you know, how these things are looked into the other day, and the SARS. Well, okay. So once again, sorry, just whilst I'm typing, I'll show you the screen in a second. But SARS-CoV-2 by S protein. So this is what people are using to test. So it's the recombinant proteins. And this is why I want to know what the vaccine is using, because as you can see, there's different parts, right? So you've got the spike, so you've got the S protein subset 1. That's one part of it. You've got the RBD protein, which I don't know, I've not read about that thus far, so I don't know what that does. The RBD plus SD1 protein, which is the subset 1 protein. RBD, again, not sure what that means, but SD1 and SD2 protein. So you've essentially got the whole spike protein and maybe more in there, whatever RBD stands for. And then you've got the N protein, which is the nucleic acid part, in the inner part of the virus. Thank you. So those are the different. Am I sharing my screen? Yeah. So these are the different. Yeah. So these are the different proteins that are being used by different people. Oh, what does RBT stand for? Recombinant. Is that no? What does RBT stand for? Oh, good. That's good. Nice. Okay. So this is why I want to know. Oh, okay. So it's spike. No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm guessing it must mean the whole thing. I don't know enough about this. That's what we're established. But lovely. Okay, cool. So as you can see with this diagram, there's subset 1 and subset 2. Okay, lovely. So it's subset 1 mainly that most people are testing for, seemingly. Right? But we still don't know. Now, I know that this is a very popular one. that's being used for testing, for research of COVID-19, the E. coli one, because it's really easy to reproduce and it's really cheap to reproduce. I don't know about the other ones, but E. coli is used for research all the time because it's really cheap and really easy to develop. So it would be interesting. I'd really like to know what part of the protein they are using for the AstraZeneca vaccine, because maybe that explains some of the issues. Maybe it's too effective and you can't be putting it in an adenovirus, because it is from a man-made source. Maybe, because it was developed because they were trying to make things that were found in nature worse so that they can try and find a solution to it. That's what that lab was doing. So maybe it really is worse and you can't just put it in a vaccine. I don't know. But I would certainly ask the question before putting it in a fucking vaccine. So yeah, let's have a look. Let's see if this gives us any more information. It's the whole S protein, seemingly, that they're using for it. The ACE2 wait, because that says 293 on this. It said 293. One sec. So it's produced in genetically modified human embryonic kidney 293 cells. Yeah, I don't know enough about this to draw any conclusions, but I'm interested. I'm intrigued. Endocytosis. Let's do some research. Let's find out what this means, shall we? Oh, yeah, okay, obviously. Of course it's through. Anyway, let's find out what these are. I'm not a scientist, I'm just someone who's very interested in immunology and microbiology. Always have been before COVID-19, so you can piss off with all of that. Yeah. So it's a gene. The gene, which we already have an inhibitor for. So why would we not try that first? That's all I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm asking about. These things. Why are we not trying stuff that we already have stuff for? That we already know, is safe at least. It's not to say it's a major, well, there has been a major global conspiracy actually to do with this, with the lab leak thing. So you can't even say it's not a conspiracy at this stage, because there has been somewhat of a conspiracy to cover up that. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Yep. Okay. Protein coding gene. So I don't know what that means for COVID-19, to be honest. I'm just looking all this stuff up. I'm not drawing any conclusions, all right? I'm not a scientist. I'm not drawing conclusions. I'm just doing some research. The ultimate, way of... Oh, my phone's ran out of battery. So if you've been saying anything on chat, I haven't seen it, but I wasn't ignoring you. Yeah, I realise what I just did is the ultimate, lack of accountability move. I realise that. But I'm going to do it anyway. So, there we go. Just because I don't feel like anyone really wants to look into it at all. And, interesting. So, I wonder... Involved in the initiation of protein degradation. So, even if you inhibited this process to some extent, that might be helpful, no? I've seen this word come up. I can't remember what it means again. That's it. Yeah, so interesting. Interesting stuff. So why would you not inhibit these things? Would you not try that shit first? Polyclonal anti-SARS S1 antibodies inhibit entry of SARS-CoV S protein, so the SARS S protein, but not the COVID-19 S pseudovirions. I'm guessing like fake viruses. Yeah, producing so yeah. So it just works in a very... I would be interested. No. what research has been done on these things. For a vaccine or for a treatment, author correction. Anyway. Oh, piss off, would you? Lie. So let's have a look at this little abstract, shall we? Yeah, vaccine development focuses on the S protein. Right. Author information. Well, for fuck's sake, they would say that, wouldn't they? They're part of the team that has developed the fucking vaccine. So of course they're going to say this. So I'll read it anyway, but let's bear in mind that the people writing this are the ones who developed the vaccine. So of course they're going to say that it works. Okay? Jesus. Interesting as well that it's one of the only, because normally, like, all of the research that I've been doing for this, I've had to like log in with my university login. This is available freely. Interesting. So it'll be one of the top results that pops up. From a capitalism point of view, that's interesting. Oh, I have my phone back. So if any of you were, screaming at me on chat, which I doubt you were, I'm back, so you can scream again. Gonna have some chocolate, some other chocolate, because I did buy other chocolate, but left it in someone's car for like a week, and it's generally maintained its shape in that, which means it's good fucking chocolate. It is a little bit off. It's not quite the same, but right. So the S gene. Wait. Let's read it all. Vaccines against severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus 2, COVID-19, are an essential countermeasure to stem the COVID-19 pandemic. Vaccine development efforts aim to produce both a strong T-cell response and a neutralizing immune response against the virus, the main target being the spike S proteins that protrude from the viral envelope. Whatever you want to say. The S protein is responsible for mediating host cell entry, with the S1 and S2 subunits facilitating angiotensin-converting enzyme 2, the ACE2 receptor, binding, and membrane fusion, respectively. I could have read that in a better way, but The S protein is responsible for mediating host cell entry, S1 and S2 subunits facilitating the ACE2 receptor binding and membrane fusion, respectively. So the S1 does the receptor binding, I think, and the S2 does the membrane fusion, seemingly. So I would, with no scientific knowledge whatsoever, no, I have some. I have more than the average person, to be fair, particularly of microbiology and immunology, like bacteriophages are something that I've been interested in for time. Don't ask me why. I'm a weird person. So the ACE2. So with my, very severe lack of knowledge, I would still try one of the subunits in a vaccine more than I would all of it. The S gene encodes the extensively glycosylated trimeric class 1 viral fusion protein. Nah, see, you've lost me. I don't know what that means. That sentence makes no sense to me, obviously, because I don't know what that word means. I don't know what. I could probably guess, but I don't know for sure what that word means. I don't know what glycans are, really, or a protomer. So that's good. We'll just skip past that sentence then. It's probably highly important, but I'm just going to move right on. I'll come back to it. I will look that stuff up. But maybe we can gather from context, like, what's meant. So, S protein, yeah. Yeah, they use a variety of constructs. This is what I'm trying. Okay, good. This is what I'm trying to find out. So Moderna and Pfizer use the full-length S with 2 mutations to stabilize it. Because we did read somewhere else that it's highly unstable, right? So that would make sense. So another one, Coronavac. I've never heard of that. Have you? Has anyone else heard of that? Oh, damn. Missed all of your solutions to the world's problems. Whoops. Yeah, has anyone heard of this vaccine? I've never heard of it, so I'm just intrigued. And it uses a traditional vaccine style vaccine, which is an inactivated virus from an original, not, manufactured S protein. Wait. Presents the wild type S on the viral surface. Yeah. Although the majority of spikes are in the post-fusion conformation, so they won't actually fuse. That's a proper vaccine. No? Let me look up this vaccine. Never heard of it. Chinese. So what the fuck are we doing? Bro, I'm going to China. Their vaccine makes sense. Reduces mortality rates by 97%. What? Oh my God. I thought there wasn't an inactivated virus vaccine. I thought, that's what I thought. Jesus Christ, look at this. Look at how many different cookies there are. Heck off. Oh, reject all. Could have just done that. No, piss off. You just read, Jesus. Oh, wow. Wow. And where, how many places has this been? I hadn't heard about any inactivated COVID-19 virus vaccines. I thought they didn't exist. I assumed that that was the only reason that people were trying to use experimental type of vaccines on millions of people. I assumed that to be the case because I just thought, well, there's no possible way that they would try experimental vaccines on millions of people if there's like a traditional type of vaccine that we could use. That's so what the fuck? Like, I'm shocked. Wow. Calm down, bro. People come flying up this road, right? It's a small road that it's a dead end at the end. I don't know why people go flying up it. Like, where are you getting to? 200 yards up the road. Calm down. Wow. Places that's used the shot. Sudan, Zimbabwe, Guinea, Benin, Equatorial Guinea, Somalia, Egypt, Tunisia. Well, fucking hell. Oh, didn't see all of the... No, I haven't seen anything. Abu Dhabi. Yeah, weird. Um, it seems like they've missed a... Oh, wait. Aha. I was like, they've missed off the whole of the Americas. Ah, makes sense. You know the West is dead based on this shit. Like, the whole thing with the West was we bring democracy, we bring good stuff, we bring liberty for your people, we bring technology advances. That's what capitalism brings. No, apparently not. Apparently China is... This is a really... It's... I mean, you could even say it's hard power. It's not even soft power, really. This is a move. A move and a half. Right. So, because I was just reading this, Chile saw a resurgent outbreak even after vaccinating a third. But a third isn't that much. That still leaves the majority of people unvaccinated, so obviously they're going to have issues. Right, so there we go. 89% were protected of those who got vaccinated. So then that's... I did not realise there was an inactive virus vaccine. Sinovac doesn't yet know if the shot can stop or reduce the virus from being contracted in the first place. Sure, but we know for a fact that the ones that are being developed by the West don't. So, oh, okay, the mRNA ones do, apparently. In Israel. Yeah. Going to need a wider population than just one nation state with very particular political interests at the moment. I'm going to need more than that. Yeah. China's mission of supplying the developing world in a bid to increase its influence and standing. Well, yeah. It's already involved in the majority of African economics. and politics. Has been for time, and no one in the West gave a fuck or paid attention. Because, like, Western superpowers weren't bothered about Africa anymore because they had their corporate influence. So they thought, oh, well, we can keep things exactly as we want. But they've been exploiting. Oh, anyway, that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, somewhat of a vindication. Somewhat. It's 97% effective. That's a vindication and a half. And it seems like Western companies have been hiding their severe adverse reactions more. The blood clot stuff has been largely denied up until very recently. Wow. I wasn't expecting to find that out now, I have to say. I really wasn't. Holy shit, bring me to China, bro. I'm joking, by the way. It's just so funny, the narratives we hear in the West, isn't it? Like, China's whatever, Russia's whatever. But, you know, Russia is ahead of us on technological development at various stages in global history. I mean, space exploration, this vaccine, both of which called Sputnik, hilarious little fuck you to the West from Russia. Yeah. Also could be a coded name for the vaccine. It's a bit of a weird name for the vaccine because Sputnik means like in Russian it means like traveling companion. So a bit of a fucked up play on words, to be honest. But it's still quite funny if you've got dark humour, which I do. Dark sense of humour. So you have dark humour. That makes sense. So yeah, it's just interesting the narratives that we tell ourselves in the West here when, you know, like I was talking to, so when we were doing uni, we were having to do it through Zoom and that, and I didn't hear about China's space program. Didn't know about that. I know for sure they are making moves on the renewable energy stuff. The only problem with them is, well, not the only problem, but the major problem with them is the Uyghur stuff. You know, you can't be doing that shit. But really and truly, I would have to actually talk to the people myself to believe anything. Because the West is so anti-China on some things and then so pro-China on other things. It boggles my mind. I can't, like, it's very hard to know what's true and what's not. Social theorist called Beck talks about that, and the proliferation of non-knowledge in such a society, which I think is very apt. But yeah, Russia and China making moves. Also, Cuba. Do you remember at the start of the pandemic, Cuban doctors were being flown out and to everywhere because they were making moves? socialism, socialism, socialism. So where are all the fucking solutions coming from? Fucking socialism. So I'm just saying, you know, I understand that they're like the Chinese economic market is largely not socialist. I'm aware of that. And Russia is super corrupt. I'm aware of that. Like, I'm aware of all the downfalls, and Cuba. I'm aware of all the downfalls of the countries that I'm talking about before you jump down my throat. But I'm just saying it's interesting. Because a socialist system is based on social outcomes, not on economic growth and profit making, which is what the Western pharmaceutical companies are being motivated by. And look at what they've done. Fucked it. So it's blowing my mind that there's an inactivated virus vaccine. And one, I didn't know about it. And two, we're not also developing one. That's what's blowing my mind about this mainly. Yeah, sorry, I got sidetracked. So there was a girl I was talking to because we were doing university by Zoom. She was still in China. There was quite a few Chinese students. There always are Chinese students at my university, but there was quite a few who were still in China, obviously. And I was talking to one of them in like a breakout room or whatever for Zoom. And I said, so have you already had your vaccine? And she said, oh no. I said, are you going to get vaccinated? Like, what's the vaccination situation in China? Because at the time we didn't really have much information on any of that anywhere. And yeah, she was like, oh yeah, I'm already vaccinated. And I was like, oh right, so they're just trying it out? Are they trying it on everyone? And she was like, oh yeah, there's like 5 different vaccines that the Chinese government are like giving out to different people. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. And this was months ago, like way before us. And look at it. I mean, fucking hell. That is starting to make me believe that it could have been more of a bio-warfare thing, though, from China. I was more convinced that it was going to be America doing it and saying it's China. But now seeing how effective their vaccine is, I don't know. Oh yeah, I did know about their rover on Mars. I forgot about that for a little while, but I did know that actually. Interesting, very interesting. But yeah, that is the problem, is we can't reliably trust sources, not just because of China though. It's also because of Western media, particularly in the UK here. It's so all over the place, like media representation of China. And in America, I mean, you will have known, like Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden, maybe early on in the COVID situation. They kept saying like, oh, it's ridiculous to say about a lab leak thing, like so fucking racist to say that. They didn't say it's so fucking racist, but you know. And they were like all pro-China, but then realistically, when we look at like what we're doing with vaccines and stuff, like we're not working together, we're working against each other. So it's like, what? What? I don't get it. I don't understand it, but Big news for me today is that there is an inactivated virus vaccine for COVID-19. I thought that wasn't possible. I thought that was why we're doing all the shit that we're doing. I really do. Wow. I'm still kind of in shock. Yeah, fuck, man. That's crazy. Let's look up Russia's as well, shall we? Because I can't remember. I did look at it a while ago, but I wasn't as invested in it then. So Russia's is 92% effective. Offers complete protection against hospitalization and death. Wow, really trying to say it joins the ranks of proven vaccines. These ones are all okay. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I'll look that one up in a minute. But these ones clearly less effective than both China and Russia's. It uses the adenovirus. I bet you it uses a different part of the fucking protein, and that's why they're not getting. They use different vectors. That's interesting. That makes sense. I'm imagining they use the subset 1. I don't know if this is a thing that's possible, because I'm not a scientist, but I imagine that they would be using the subset 1 part of the S protein for the first one, and then the subset 2 part of the protein for the second vaccine, which would make absolute fucking sense. Rather than using the whole S protein. And now Russia are using it in Argentina, Palestine, Palestinian territories. Fuck off with that language, would ya? Palestine. Venezuela, Hungary, UAE, Iran. So political alliances are being cemented with these vaccine rollouts. That's interesting as well. Look, again, Russia and China are so not transparent. Yeah, but the outcome is that it fucking works. Maybe they're not being transparent because, well, I don't know actually. I'm not gonna advocate for lack of transparency. I'm not that pro Russia and China. One of the major things that I dislike about both of them is socialist states, to be honest. But there we go. Borderline onto it though, wasn't I? Oh, so they were just doing what they should have been doing the whole time, keeping quiet until they knew what the results were. So they weren't. Look at that media portrayal of just actually what is a normal scientific process. Wow. We should be more careful about being overly critical about other countries' vaccine designs. Yep, no shit. And the mRNA stuff has never been tested long term. It's never been tested in humans, but it's never been tested long term, really. It was only really developed recently. Well, I suppose it's not that recently anymore. I always think it's like 2000. Don't know why. It seems like Russia and China could have been developing this technology ahead of time. Maybe. Yeah, Germany and France are looking to Russia. mRNA hasn't been tested in humans. It's never had human trials. No, it hasn't. It was tested in chimps, but that's as far as they got. I don't get what cut means. What does cut mean? Not a very clear way of presenting information. Oh, they use two different adenoviruses, not two different parts of the. Oh, okay. That makes sense though. Use two different vectors. Maybe that's what it. Oh, when do the blood clots normally happen? Is it when they get? Is it after they get their second dose? Is that what's causing the cytokine? Is that what it's called? Cytokine storm. It thinks that the actual virus is there. Maybe that's what it is. It's so good at replicating it. I don't know. mRNA hasn't been used in humans 100%, or up until now. Yeah, mRNA's. I'm not saying don't do mRNA research. I'm saying don't do it on the whole fucking world. Like, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying don't do research. I'm not saying don't develop treatments using mRNA. I'm just saying do it the appropriate way. That's all. Like, use the scientific method that the West has been so fucking down everyone's throats about having owned with the Enlightenment era. They're just like, oh, scientific method, yep, that's a white thing. That's a European white thing. And now, when it's the West versus the rest, really and truly, in a actual pandemic crisis, the West just goes, yeah, fuck it. We'll just give it a go. I do think that's a bit crazy. Especially when you could have developed an inactivated virus vaccine. I assumed that that wasn't a possibility for some reason. Because why would you stop using the method that we know works? I just don't get that. Why would you? I don't get it. I really don't. I'm not getting the vaccine. There's so much politics in it that I'm just like, no, do what you're doing. Interesting. Interesting that Germany and France have decided to include the Russian vaccine in their programs as well. Oh yeah, I was going to look up the Belgian vaccine, wasn't I? Because I hadn't heard of that either. Belgium tops EU vaccination rate. Yeah, because they're the only country. I know Germany's had a part in a vaccine, but isn't it the AstraZeneca one? But Belgium seems to be the only one that has developed a vaccine. So obviously they've rolled out the vaccination process fastest in the EU. They're the only one in the EU to develop one. See, this kind of shit that makes me just not trust any media. It's like, yeah, obviously. Of course it has. This isn't news. You can see my screen, can't you? Oh, yeah, good. Can't be asked with the cookies. I'll just get rid of them a few days. What's this about? Do you know all of the problems that everyone used to say is like purely a socialist issue? What's this then? Or communist, sorry, communist, not socialist. Everyone used to be like, oh yeah, you know, keeping all of the supplies because whatever, not distributing stuff out properly, all of that. Yeah, that's because of socialism, is it? Or is it because of corruption, or just because of fucking money? Wealth, accumulating wealth. Because, like, the USSR was not a true example of socialism, but that's what everyone points to. This, if you haven't read it, read it. That's probably backwards for you, isn't it? It's called One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, and it's like it's a short story, but it's Russia under Stalin, and it talks about all of these the corruption and all of that from like one guy's perspective. It's a brilliantly written book, is it? Beautiful. But this is the kind of stuff that is described. It's like keeping reserves of stuff even though people are fucking dying, and shit like that. We need to stop this, you know? This is boring. Well, this is all political. See, this again makes it really hard to trust any of the information that we're reading. Of course, a Belgian court is going to take AstraZeneca to court over an EU contract because the Belgian vaccine supplier would like to take over that EU contract. Like, this is all politically motivated. It makes it really, really hard to trust whatever information is coming out. Do you know what I mean? Oh, AstraZeneca was, what did it say? UK and Sweden. I don't know why I had UK and Germany in my head. Has Germany been involved in vaccine development at all? Oh shit. Oh dear. God. You know, I wasn't sure when I voted Brexit that was a good idea, right? But see all of this? It clearly was. They're a fucking mess. There's no central organisation, which is what you need for a body that big. Wow. BioNTech is German. Oh, okay. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. That's probably the one that I'm thinking of. Is that funded by by a couple of different people? Let me find out. God, I'm so tired. It's coming in waves, actually. Yes. Okay, good. Right. So yeah. And what did they? What have they done? I can't remember. See, do you know, in a socialist ideal world, see, when all of this happened, you would have just got all of the best scientists from all of the best areas of the world, got them all together and start different trials. But it would have been a joint effort. There wouldn't have been all of this trying to get this market, trying to like sell to these, trying to, you know, a state supporting a company from their state's like business interests. None of that would have been happening. None of that would have been happening. Would there have been other issues? I am sure. But do I know what they are? Maybe. Let's have a think about it. If I could try and think of let's try and work this out. If we had like a truly socialist or majority socialist economy and global market, what would have happened with the pandemic? So first off, people wouldn't have been forced to go to work. Because they couldn't afford not to, and there was no state protections for them. We would have had somewhat of a sort of so I would imagine that the majority of people would have been given some kind of universal credit, because if we're in a socialist world, and I'm talking global socialism, right? If that's what we're in, then the majority of people would have probably been given some kind of welfare, some kind of universal credit, which is the form of welfare that we have here in the UK. They probably would have been given something like that. And then where there still were capitalist businesses, because there would still be capitalist businesses, much as there are socialist businesses in this capitalist global market, they probably would have been offered the option of being put on furlough, right? Where the corporation still pays their workers and the government subsidises it. So that would have been the first thing. So we would have instantly reduced transmission. We would have, as a global effort, decided, okay, we're going to ban travel for just a little bit, some air travel. If it's not, you know, absolutely necessary, we're going to stop it for a little bit. Also, we wouldn't have a lot of the necessary travel that we had even when there were travel bans, or still are travel bans, because we wouldn't have seasonal workers having to go to different countries. We wouldn't have each other's spy agencies having to travel to different countries still. We wouldn't have different governments having to go and visit different governments. We wouldn't have had a lot of that, right? It would have been purely actually what was necessary, not necessary for a particular nation state or for a particular corporation. So that probably would have happened. What else would have happened? As we're seeing from Russia and China, it doesn't seem that the rollout of the vaccine would have been affected. Can we be sure of that because of, you know, their largely capitalist motivations in the economy? Maybe not. I'd say the vaccines would have been produced probably about the same amount of time. What else would have happened? I think that's the main things. What would have gone wrong though? What would have gone wrong? What likely would have gone wrong in a socialist global market? Everything would be much more expensive. So maybe the vaccine rollout would have been longer because of that. So there's that, I suppose. But we could have just put lockdown on international travel and have reduced the need for lockdowns for ages, I reckon. Can't be sure. I would imagine that would be the case. I'm trying to think what else. Yeah, we wouldn't have had like different nation states bringing different corporations to, or maybe we would, because if there was still some capitalist organization, then maybe they would have had competition between themselves. No, but they could have privately sued one another if they wanted to. The state wouldn't have to support that. No state money going into supporting private corporations. That's good. Saving money as well. I'm trying to think of like supply chains. Because we had a bit of kink in the armour, didn't we, with your supply chains? But that's because China just shut down. Yeah, so if we all shut down, what would have happened? Because we would have still said some people need to go to work, because we did do that. Everyone did that. But which people would we have said? What would we have deemed necessary work? Not spy agencies. Not intragovernmental stuff. Obviously medical stuff. I think food production. But we could have taken an executive decision across the globe to go, we're not going to eat meat for a little bit because we don't know how this is being transmitted. Would some people have gone angry about that? Sure. So that could have been one of the big issues in a global socialist world. In the pandemic, I reckon an executive decision probably would have been made across the globe to say that meat production was not a necessary business to be open for a short while, a couple of months, let's say. That could have caused, let's think of the run-on effects of that. If we said meat production was stopped for a little while, so I'm thinking of this decisions I would have made if I was in charge of the whole world, okay, in a socialist economy or world. Because I'm thinking of the the panics that we were having at the start of the pandemic, and like why it would have been different in a socialist state compared to capitalist. And I'm just thinking, the meat production stuff, like all of that was corporate decisions to stay open, and they risked their workers' health a lot. Like we were seeing in meat plants outbreaks all over the place. So that would have probably been one of the first things. So if you stopped meat production for let's say a quarter, a financial quarter, what would the knock-on effect be? Well, not really that much, because you would assume that in a socialist world, the majority of meat production would be owned by the state anyway. It would be a public service, food production. The majority of it. Obviously, you would have some capitalist businesses still. I would imagine you'd still have some capitalist businesses, particularly for like luxury goods and whatnot, niche things, added value products, those kinds of things. So the cost to the people wouldn't have been that much, actually, because I was thinking of like, would businesses go under? No, because they wouldn't be owned by, the majority of them, no, because they wouldn't be owned by people. We could have done small scale subsidies for, capitalist enterprises if we really had to. Would there be the impetus to do that in a socialist world? Probably not, let's be fair. Why would you support companies that go against your whole ideology? Probably wouldn't, to be fair. So, okay, some capitalist. So in a socialist world, it would probably could push you on the border of communism, maybe. In the same way that we've been pushed to the absolute limits of corporate power in this system with the pandemic. Education, I'm trying to think, because schooling here was a real issue. But education systems would be wholly different. So I would envision more communal living, like more intergenerational family living, and also just communal living in general, of like multiple families in different, in like shared housing, families, individuals, whatever. So maybe transmission will have been faster because the majority of it was happening in households. So that's a problem. That would have been a problem. Yeah, okay, so that would have been quite a significant problem, actually, because where we saw intergenerational living, like in Italy, that's where deaths were really bad at the start, no? But that, like all viruses, it weakened quite significantly, quite quickly. Sounding a bit Stalinish, aren't I? A lot of people would have died, but it would have been fine in the end. Oh, okay. Let's calm down. That viewpoint. Project Hail Mary. I'll read it. I'll give it a go. Yeah, it sounds good. That does sound good. I probably will read it. So yeah, okay. So communal living, intergenerational living probably would have put the death rate a little bit higher at the start, really and truly. Oh, wait. What am I talking about? In a socialist world, there wouldn't have been a lab leak. There wouldn't have been, well, I can't say for sure there wouldn't have been a lab leak. I can't say that for sure. But I can say that the cover-up probably wouldn't have happened because that was all politically motivated. We would have found the source straight away. Hopefully. Oh, no. Actually, no. Maybe there's more impetus for the government to cover it up if it's publicly funded. And there's no, like, independent body. See, this is the kind of stuff that becomes a problem for me when I think of, like, what socialism on a global scale would look like, because you'd need independent bodies, wouldn't you? You can't have everything by the same group of people. But maybe that's what you could have, is just citizens' assemblies and industry assemblies, stuff like that, as sort of, you know, checks and balances. But then how do you ensure that those people aren't the corrupt people? And this is what I always come down to. It's the same in a capitalist system. How do you ensure against corruption and nepotism? That I don't know. If there's no money to be made in it, that would stop it. No? I'm just trying to think. So let's say a lab leak happened in a global socialist world. The global government, whatever, is developing stuff, and then a lab leak happens. There's going to be a social reason to cover it up, right? Because you're being judged on social outcomes. So if you're significantly harming social outcomes, or have the potential to do so, you're going to be judged by the public based on that more than anything else. Okay, so there's significant reason that they would probably cover it up, or try to. Yeah, it needs to be anarcho-socialism, doesn't it? Really, some kind of anarcho. Because you'd have state media. Where do you get your independent media from? Anarchism, I suppose, is what I'm advocating for a little bit. And anarcho-socialism, is that a thing? Like, it's really and truly thought out. I mean, actually thought out. I don't mean something that other people just randomly throw about. I mean, is it a really thought out movement? Libertarian socialism? No, probably not. Rejects the conception of socialism as a form where the state retains centralized control of the economy. Yeah, but what would the vision be? That's what I want to know. Freedom and equality. Two of the most colonial principles in the world. Lovely. Okay. Can you let me get onto your site, bro? What is this? Is this it? Is this the whole site? Oh, it's fucking taking forever. God, wow, this is I hope this isn't foreshadowing. Oh shit. I wanted to oh, it's just the same thing over and over. Nothing. Wow. It's just words. God, it makes me despair sometimes. Yeah, so no. So yeah, so they don't have a vision for a anarcho-socialist world. That's the problem. Because you know, even anarcho-communism and anarcho-syndicalism is somewhat worked out, at least. Anarcho-syndicalism much more, but that's rather capitalist. So yeah, you'd have to. Okay, so let's say that it's socialist world. You need independent media, don't you? I mean, we don't have independent media now. That's the thing. Like, capitalists would very quickly point that out to me, but I'm as quick to point it out too. The thing is, capitalism also has a wholly unfree media, you know? It's bizarre relationship, actually. You could say it's ow. It's a bit strange, actually, the relationship between state and corporate media. Plenty of other people who've analysed that 1,000 times, though. Yeah, decentralised socialism, that's the thing, but you can't have decentralised socialism, really. Not really. Maybe you can. Maybe I'm just not thinking about it right. Decentralised socialism is kind of what I'm talking about already, but how do you ensure it's, you know? Because the only way really to do that is by industry, right? And then have citizens' assemblies and a completely different sort of democratic system for citizens to be able to engage as citizens. So let's bring it back to this. Let's say a lab leak happened and a pandemic started in a truly global socialist world. And we got down to, so I've already assessed, I think, quite rightly, that there would be attempts to cover that up by the government. But if it was decentralized, there wouldn't be a government. That's the thing. So, oh, that's made me nervous. So I'm just trying to. I'm really trying to think it through, but it's really hard to come up with, like, and this is the downfall of all socialists, obviously. It's really hard to come up with how things would work out when you don't have a fully worked out vision for the world, because you can't. Because I don't imagine when capitalism started rolling around that people really thought of it as like, well, this is the capitalist movement, this is what we're going to do, we're going to bring in capitalist policy here, we're going to bring in a capitalist policy here. And that wouldn't have been really worked out like that, you know. It would have been much more, I imagine, it would have been much more dynamic and sort of off the cuff than that. So it's hard to envisage exactly how that would develop, and therefore what would happen in such a world. But I'm giving it a fucking good go anyway. See, look at that. When you look up anarcho-socialism, anarcho-syndicalism is the first thing that comes up. Let's have a look at this, see if this is helpful. Okay, I don't understand any of that. Not very well written. I hate that everything's written in fucking American terms as well. Like libertarianism. That's oh. Finally, oh fucking hell. Okay, finally I know what people are arguing against, what capitalists are arguing against now. When they talk about the labour theory of value, making all goods which take the same amount of labour the same price, because that was never my understanding. And okay, interesting. Still got so much research to do on all of this, really. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of it, like, so you'd have to have, fuck, I don't know how it would work. That's it, really, quite frankly. Oh, hello. Is it possible to simulate what, like a global socialism? Is that what you mean? Or to come up with some kind of like app to create? Oh, good and bad scenarios. Yeah, that's a good point. How's it going, Deltoka? Deal with it in parts. Yeah, so I'm just trying to think. So, do you know where where the biggest stumbling block comes for me is voting in a parliament of some kind, or because I suppose parliament just wouldn't exist in the way that we have it. You know, we probably wouldn't have such a centralized form of government at all. There would have to be some central administration, but I steer away from saying that because I've heard Russell Brand say it so many times without coming up with any sort of real meat to that idea, and it bothers me a little bit. But I suppose this is something that I've always pointed to, is thinking of, like, you know, the way Anonymous used to, I don't know if they do still, but probably they do. I'm just not involved with them I'm just not involved with them. So what used to happen is online people would propose a thing to do or a campaign of some kind, right? And whoever was online at the time, as long as it was seconded or thirded or whatever, I was so young at the time, I can't really remember fully. Yeah, so a proposal would be proposed, and then whoever was online at the time would be able to vote for it. And then if they voted yes, then that was it. And it was just whoever was available for voting did it. Does that have significant problems? Yes. I think the anonymity of things caused more problems, though. So if there was personal accountability for the vote that you gave, you know, if that was, that's such a good point. We should use an online voting system where it shows how you voted. No, that could be used in a really bad way. Okay, no, that's political target. That could really cause political targeting of people. So let's not advocate for that. Fuck, can't come up with these scenarios. Okay, forget all that. Let's go back to the COVID-19 scenario that I was coming up with. If I did that, what would it be? A living design document, an ARG. Oh. Bro, that is a fucking brilliant idea. Oh, wow. That's an amazing idea. We should do that. Fucking hell. Oh, Mr. Alien's genius over here. I think even biggest neural networks are a bit underdeveloped now for that kind of simulation. Yeah. That's true. An ARG. Oh, that's an interesting concept. That is a very interesting concept. I like that. Nice. Oh, I think we should talk about that more. 100%. So I'm just trying to think. So let's say there was a lab leak in a global socialist world. That happened. So let's say there would probably be a board that makes decisions about medical shit, like medical research, right? So they would have approved the research to be done in the lab. We can question whether they would have approved it if we want, but I think they would have approved it. I don't think being capitalist or socialist would have changed that desire from scientists particularly, to come up with viruses that are worse than the ones that we have at the moment and like reverse engineer shit. I think that impetus would still be there either way. So let's say that kind of research would have still happened. That kind of lab leak probably I don't think it was necessarily their fault unless the reason for the fuck ups was because of like money constraints or something like that. In which case we could maybe argue that the lab leak wouldn't have happened. But let's say there was an accident anyway. So you've got the decision to do that kind of research, then you've got the lab leak, right? So in a proper global socialist world, there probably would have been a medical board of some kind, maybe a few layers of it, a few levels of medical boards with experts and citizens, maybe some citizen influence on the boards. Yeah, you'd have to, because you can't just have just experts making decisions all the time, or they'll just do whatever they want to do. There has to be public will for them to do it as well. So we could say that there will probably be a medical board or research board. You know, there will probably be lots of subsets. So let's say there's all of those subsets, and I'm just going to take it off of this because I'm not really talking about that anymore. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I'll read this in a sec. Because I feel like I'm onto something with the board thing. So there would be subsets of boards, right? And then there would be expert citizens on those boards. There would be experts and citizens on the boards. So education levels would be much higher as well. So the public would generally not be able to be lied to on the scale that they are at the moment. Because education levels, let's be fair, are relatively low amongst the majority of people across the world, which I would argue is because capitalism needs a class of fairly uneducated workers to do shitty, standardized, super overly differentiated jobs, where you don't need skills for anything. You just, put a thing on a thing. You're like an assembly. You're a robot. I would hope that in a socialist, I would envision that in a socialist world, you wouldn't have a lot of those manual labor jobs anyway. You could still have some, like if people want to do that, then cool. But do many people actually want to do that? No, probably not. Maybe farming, maybe something holistic. Manual labor, sure, but like assembly line sort of Fordist manual labor, probably not. So, because robots would do all of that for us, right? So we've got that. So if we had civilians and experts on these boards making different decisions, there would be what we would be relying on to make sure that a lab leak wouldn't get covered up by said boards would be the civilians being numerous enough on the board so that they can keep account of the experts, but they would have to also be educated enough to hold those experts to account. However, a lot of the information that they would have access to would be directly from the experts. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? So there'd probably still be somewhat of a cover-up. No, there couldn't be, because the civilians would have approved the research being done. So if it went wrong, oh no, because they could be roped into the same thing. It's the corruption. Again, how do you stop corruption? Because if this, say you had like citizens and experts on a board making decisions about like research opportunities and stuff like that, right? It there's a single low, really grey cloud in a largely blue sky just over there. It's a bit weird. And it is actually a cloud. It's not like a, smoke or anything. Anyway, so you'd have citizens, experts. So yeah, if they were part of a decision-making process, if there was going to be like public outcry, they would probably want to cover their own backs as well. So they'd probably be in on the cover-up. But then you'd have a different industry, media. Maybe that's how to keep it kosher. No, software isn't better than humans. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't think it would stop corruption though. And I also think that a really important part of human nature is our ability to come up with like creative ideas, which I think would be suppressed by software governance. So I probably wouldn't advocate for that. But yeah, interesting. Yeah, so how would you do the GitHub thing? I'm intrigued. But yeah, it's an interesting idea, isn't it? I think we're going to have to work through some of these ideas. Yeah. How would voting work in a socialist worldwide system? That's, considering that's something that I'm quite involved in, like changing voting systems and stuff. You would think I'd come up with a system for that, but I don't yet have one. Yeah, we would need a lot more socialists to answer that. Corporation chaos. Where's that? Is that a subreddit or something? Oh, in the philosophy booth. Oh, in the Discord. Oh, okay. I'll do that. I will do that. Because that would be good. I'd like to get some discussions about these things. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to do that. Because these are the interesting things, I think. By the way, I just went off chat, so if you said something after the Discord, I didn't see it. Yeah, like whatever you said just now, it just showed up on the screen and I didn't get to see it on chat. But yeah, definitely going to have to get some more discussions about this going on, because yeah, it's these are the questions, aren't they, really? And it's the biggest and most fair criticism that capitalists have of cool. Socialists and Marxists galore on Clubhouse. Nice. I'll have a look for sure. Yeah, because these are the things. Because yeah, capitalists have a fair point when they say socialists don't really have a vision for what socialism would look like or a pathway to get to it. It is true. I think the pathway to get to it is a bit of an awkward one, because it does really just rely on sort of the decay of capitalism. That's where I think it would naturally progress from. But yeah, it could be a research project. It would be a research project, I suppose. Be a good one as well. Right, guys, we're going to do it. Yeah, good shout. 100%. I'm liking the idea of working that kind of thing out. Because if we could, come up with like quite a well-researched. Yeah, 100%. But socialists be the right people to ask for voluntary help with envisioning a socialist future, right? Hey, thank you for the follow. Thanks. Hello. They would be, right? Socialists would be the perfect people to come up to do it, because I think there's the passion and there's the passion for it, isn't there? Which is the main thing that you need for voluntary time, and quite a bit of it, and quite some. It takes some mental power, I think. Hopefully, I would hope it did anyway. Yeah. All right. We're gonna do a socialist, aren't we? Across the world as well. Yeah, because do you know another thing that I do appreciate I don't have enough knowledge on is the downfalls of when socialism has tried to sort of make its way in a nation state or whatever, like the actual lived experience of people. So it would be really good to get first-hand accounts of some of that sort of stuff as well, or the application of those first-hand accounts to scenarios, even better, actually. That would be really good. So yeah, I think that's what we should do. Good idea, aliens. Particularly the issues around what would be the problems that we'd come across. That's the main thing that I really want to work out, because it's easy to come up with a utopian view of like, oh yeah, socialism good, but I do actually want to kind of come up with some realistic vision that people can get behind, because I understand that as being one of the biggest downfalls of socialism. But as I think we've just worked through with the old COVID response, I think a lot of that we saw would have been mitigated in a socialist system, in a global socialist system. I think that would be a really interesting scenario for one of the scenarios to come up with. Would be like, what would have happened? So I'll go back to like food production and stuff. So if independent media would be really necessary. And I don't know how you ensure that. I suppose you'd probably have a similar issue as you do with media, like really currently. So like at the moment, we've got state and corporate influence on big media corporations and stuff, and like advertising has too much of an influence on media, I'd say. Well, it does. This is well documented. So what? But then we do still have a lot of independent media, you know. So I suppose probably similar issues in terms of media portrayal of stuff. I think we'd have similar issues in that sense. Because people still have alliances and stuff, don't they? That's a human thing. That's the thing, is separating out what's capitalist and what's human. Like, corruption is quite a human thing, which is why I'm like, really, we need a system of ethics, but as well. How do you ensure everyone is ethical? You don't, like, you can't. So I don't know, it's a tough one. Would be interesting. I'm just thinking of, so media wise, yeah, you probably have similar issues, not quite the same, and maybe at a different scale, I'm not sure, but similar issues in terms of media portrayal of something, of like an issue that was state. Oh, I don't like the idea of saying state, because I wouldn't envision state stuff. What is the individual incentive in socialism? So I would say, what do you mean by, is there something particular that you mean by individual incentive that I'm not aware of? Do you mean like what is the motivation for each person? Ah, right. Okay, I see what you mean. So that would be, it's a difficult question to answer, but I would hope it would be oh, this is such a wishy-washy thing, but self-actuation. So wishy-washy, man. But I would hope that people would have the freedom to be able to do what they actually truly loved doing. And I suppose you could ask the question back, well, why would anyone want to do anything if not for money? I don't think that money is why we want to do things. I think if you look at people who have been depressed for time, again, kind of speaking from personal experience and also from just like other stuff and pure conjecture. But I would say probably, I think that we get purpose from something beyond money, right? And I think a lot of us don't get to pursue our purpose really, because we're forced to be concerned with money and stuff like that. How would they be incentivized to do ethical things? This is the problem. Exactly. This is the issue. Why would? Now, I think the majority of people would see that working as a community more actually brings more benefit than like being a loner. But you're still always going to have them people. You're always going to have people who just want nothing to do with society. Probably malicious people, sure. You're probably still going to have people who are doing bad things, and therefore trauma is still going to continue, and you're probably still going to have crime to some extent. So those are all issues. But I would say, like, prison-wise, really, a Norwegian-style system would work quite nicely, I think. Yeah, so with Norway, I would say that's a really good example of how to, like, do punishment without, you essentially just remove them from society, but you let them do what they want to do still. That's the thing. So I do think, like, so like there's there's quite good social programs still in prison. So maybe you could be, oh, oh, am I starting to sound a bit like China? Maybe you could be incentivized to reintegrate into society. Am I sounding like China with the Uyghurs? We just retrain you. Sounds a bit, it could go there, couldn't it? It could be on the border of that, but I don't think it would necessarily be that, because that's also like ethnic cleansing, which that could be an incentive for ethnic cleansing though, couldn't it? Oh God. That's it. I mean, really, it comes down to how do you make sure too many corrupt people aren't in charge and don't have too much power. That's the thing, it's kind of mitigating how much power is held within any institution, I'd say. I'd say living in society probably would be a lot more optional, because you wouldn't be valued for your productivity, right? Necessarily. I mean, in the ideal, you would be valued for the unique skills and viewpoints that you bring to your community, right? So if you don't want to bring them skills and viewpoints to the group, then I suppose that's it really, isn't it? You're not needed financially, I guess, or would you be? I don't think so. I think you'd still be quite free to just not be part of society. So, like homelessness, for example, a lot of homelessness now is because people don't want to be part of the system that we're in. But those people would probably be some of the biggest proponents of a truly socialist system, because it's this system that they don't want to be a part of. So it's like, it's an interesting one. But violent stuff, things like that, I'm not sure how we'd deal with that. Social sigma, qu'est-ce que c'est? Libertarian to some extent. I don't like the term libertarian being used all the time. I don't know why. Do we include animals for moral consideration? That's a good question. So I think the research is in on this really, and there are definitely some animals that I think yes is the answer to. But I mean, really, what we're asking there is who's sentient and who's not, right? Because if they're a sentient being, you would hope that there would be moral consideration for that. Singer's a really interesting theorist on the ethics of animals, and the conclusion is generally drawn that yes, you should give moral consideration to animals. Would that complicate stuff? Yes. However, is there currently a financial motive to not look at alternatives for meat consumption? Yes, I'd say. Do I give moral consideration to animals? Most of the time. Where I can. Where it's not going to absolutely like ruin my mental health by having to completely withdraw from society because everything has an influence on animal life. Yeah. Where like, you know, you have to be, because I did do that, where I gave consideration to everything to such a point where I just completely removed myself from society. I went to a hippie commune, then I went homeless. I did all of it. And you can't do that for your whole life, I don't think. But enforcement and power concentration are indeed the biggest problems, but they are problems capitalism deals with as well. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Is it either system, socialism or capitalism, you're going to have these issues anyway. And so, you know, we need people considering ethics and those kinds of things. I think a really important factor of establishing like a truly ethical system would have to be looking at agency as a core principle to be upheld within law. It's already a dodgy, that's so loaded, it's got so many issues already. And then also establishing some universal truths, which is a huge fucking ask. But I think really to deal with corruption and stuff like that, those are the questions you need to be asking properly. But I think you'd have the space to ask those questions a lot more in a socialist environment. Maybe not, but I think probably. More a question of presence of empathic response to every animal. Interesting point. So I personally think that debate gets into what is sentience, how do we measure it, how do we know? And that's a big question that I don't have the answers for right now. But I can definitely do like another chat where we talk about that kind of stuff, and I can talk about like theorists who, you know, philosophers and ethics theorists and stuff who really have considered this for many years and are much better at thinking about these issues than I am. But yeah, I think to go back to socialism and what a socialist world would look like. I think possibly so I'm just thinking, I want to go back to that question of what is the individual incentive in socialism. I'm guessing you aren't vegan. No, I'm not vegan yet. I might still go vegan. I have had a problem with eating for a long time. So before you judge me and call me a hypocrite and everything, I have to put my own mental health ahead of other things sometimes, which is something that I failed to do for many years. That also means eating properly and eating sufficiently. So it means that for me, sometimes I have to drink lots of milk because I struggle to eat. So before you judge me on that, yeah, I have to put my body first sometimes. And that does mean eating eggs and milk because they are really good sources of quite healthy protein. And it's an easy, quick way of getting the nutrients that I need, which when you've struggled with eating issues for most of your life, you have to do. I can't be strict with the food that I eat because it starts something bad. So yeah. In an ideal world, would I be vegan? Yes, but not right now. Yeah, see, malnutrition's a big issue, and that's a big issue that I had as well. Still do have to some extent, not fixed. See, like even this is an example actually. So I brought this up about a while ago now, because I was like, I need to just get some calories, get some protein, and as you can see, I still haven't drunk it. Why? Who knows? Yeah, what nutrients would a plant-based diet miss? I'm not arguing that. I'm not saying a plant-based diet misses nutrients, because I know plenty of boxers and stuff who are vegan. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying for me, I can't be vegan because I have problems with food, so I need to sort that out first. David Hay was a big boxer. He's retired now for a few years, but he's vegan. So I'm not saying that nutrition would be affected necessarily. But he also has like a really fucking expensive nutritionist who thinks about all of those things for him. So, you know, ideal world vegan is fine, but okay, Pinto, we're done with the vegan chat. You're becoming disruptive. If everyone could just not engage with Pinto on vegan stuff now, that would be great. So, yeah, back to socialism and an ethical system. I think, yeah, the individual incentive within a socialist system, I'd say, would hopefully be pursuing personal growth. And see, now this is where you could say I'm hippy dippy or whatever, but I, in my vision, there would be somewhat of a spiritual element to people's living, but obviously that's not going to be the case for everyone. So yeah, maybe not. I'm not sure. So yeah, socialism, in a properly global social world, I'd say we'd probably have some sense of like personal growth and fulfilling purpose as an incentive to like do stuff. I don't like the idea of a social credit system. I don't really think that that's cool. I don't know how I feel about like positive law, as in like a law which compels someone to do something, but rather put. Oh, yeah, I don't like the idea of a legal system which compels people to do something necessarily, because that's when you get into authoritarianism, which I'm not really about. So yeah, UBI. I've heard a lot about this, right? Universal basic income. And I know this is a big talking point for a lot of people. I suppose in a properly global socialist world, there probably would be some form of. Well, no, there wouldn't, would there? Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I don't know about universal basic income. Do I think it would, in a capitalist system, be quite a good idea? Yeah, probably. It would probably be a nice thing to do. Yeah, it's a short-term solution though. That's the thing. Is that's all that it is. So I don't know that I would advocate for it really. To shift the incentives of why people work, it would have to be funded by taxing self-service checkouts. No. I'm going to show you a site. One sec. So there's plenty of money out there, right? It's just that it's not distributed properly. There we go. So let's do this for a bit, shall we? I'll show you. So there's plenty of money. Spend Bill Gates's money. Okay? So this is how much money he has. Let's not even do all of the small stuff. Yeah? The small stuff's pointless. Let's do let's do 20 NBA teams. Right? We've still got this much. Let's do 100 cruise ships. Or 61, apparently. Still got this much. We're all good. Like, the money's out there. And that's only, like, that's not even the interest accrued, stuff like that. Like there's plenty of money out there. Yeah, defund the military is a thing that I would advocate for. But I would ultimately advocate for socialist society, which would hopefully yeah, it's crazy. It's actually unreal how much money they all have. Jeff Bezos, I mean, as well. Like, I'm not just picking on Bill Gates. They're all as bad as each other. So yeah, the money, and I'm not sure if you saw this recent leak, but about the fact that Elon Musk and one of them, Jeff Bezos, I think, paid no income tax, none. I know that that's only on their personal income, so I get that that's not really where the money should come from. But they're fucking rich and they're paying no tax. And then we've got the poorest people paying the most tax. Well, not the most tax, but proportionally the most tax, particularly in America. Like, America's a really good example of that. Here we have a lower limit. So I think after before £12,000 a year, you don't pay any tax, right? In America, you don't have that. So the poorest people are proportionally spending the most on tax, and it is fucking mental. Nobody pays income tax. Well, yeah, this is the problem. With corporate interests and state interests being far too closely aligned, and a symbiotic relationship between the two is problematic, to say the least. An example of that is, let's say, Texas, the state of Texas, right? I would imagine that the person in charge of the state of Texas, the governor of Texas, or whatever it is that they're called, from a PR perspective, having been so like anti weed and anti drug legalization and stuff like that, shouldn't be supportive of Joe Rogan moving to Texas, just from a branding point of view, because Joe Rogan still does smoke weed on his show, and he's doing it out of Texas. So surely that should be a conflict of interest there for the guy in charge of the state of Texas. But no, Joe Rogan is bringing in shit tons of money and taxes to Texas, so they'll look the other way on this and that and this and that, and then they might do a little deal here and there, and that's what happens. That's what always happens. So it's going to be a problem like that. Yeah, the salaried employees pay income tax. That's exactly this. It's the same everywhere. If you're rich, you keep your money. The rich stay rich because they don't fucking let go of their money. Capital gains is 16k, then you don't pay tax until you sell. Yeah, capital gains taxes are strange, though, I have to say. It's a bizarre. Capital gains is a weird one. Really, you should just be doing corporation tax, and actually pursuing corporation tax, and then that'll be it. But that's the same everywhere. So, it's it is what it is. Yeah, America has a really weird tax system where it just completely supports the elite. classes. In terms of like the amount that you can write off in taxes, mad. I don't think we've got quite as crazy a system as America. It's still fucking crazy, but it's not that crazy, I don't think. Yeah, like in a capitalist system where you've still got nation states, you're always going to have these kinds of issues, because at the moment corporations can just jump around and they can put their base here and they just take advantage of these things here. So they take advantage of tax benefits in this place, they take advantage of low wages in this place, they take advantage of shit all like regulation in this place, and they do great. Whereas the rest of us are fucked, like, and subject to the laws of one particular nation state for the most part. So these are always going to be issues as long as we've got different nation states doing different things, I think. I just, yeah, like Ireland is a really good example. Okay, so this is an issue that Ireland's been going to have to deal with for quite a while, but it's coming to the fore now. So the EU really want to put like across the EU regulations against the big tech giants and stuff like that. And I think they've voted for a directive that says soon enough that will come into place. So they can't dodge corporation tax if they're in an EU country, or all EU countries are going to have to be forced to charge a particular amount of corporation tax or whatever. I think it's at least a certain percentage. I think it's a minimum percentage that they're going to have to charge them from a particular time. But Ireland's whole fucking economy is based on Amazon and Google being there and doing everything out of there. Like literally Ireland's whole economy is based on it. The only way they survived as a country out of the 2008 financial crash was because of big corporate investment in Ireland. So like as long as we've got different nation states doing different things, these are always going to be issues that corporations take advantage of and the rest of us get fucked over by. You know? So there you go. I'm off to sleep now. Oh yeah, I will do. Take care. Have a nice sleep. Loads of people must make a loss on purpose so they don't pay taxes. I don't know about that. But just if you've got a good accountant, you can get around so many things. That's the thing. And normal people don't have the time or knowledge or money to do that. Rich people, they can throw money at someone who will spend their whole fucking life finding tax loopholes for you, you know? It's just how it is, I think. Oh yeah, the G7 did say that, but the EU have their own directive as well. The G7 just recently did that, if you're still here, aliens. But yeah, the G7 did just recently vote on tax havens, I think, and taxing within the G7. But again, it's not going to actually fix anything because they're not going to be able to enforce that across the whole world. So it's just like, okay, in these countries, you're not going to be able to do it. Okay, so where do we go? The other countries. Like, such a stupid... I actually thought that G7 thing was the most stupid decision. To kind of like, they're going, oh, it's monumental. It's one of the biggest things in history. Like, it's not enforceable. It's not going to happen. So, it just like, yeah, well done to us. We said a thing that we can't enforce. Great. Like, it's just all posturing, isn't it? It's not real.
Didn't Rees-Mogg move an investment company to Ireland around Brexit time? Nothing to do with Ireland's tax rates.
Yeah, exactly. Same as what's his face? Mr. Dyson Man. So the owner of Dyson. That all of that's so corrupt. But Dyson, this is again an example of what I was saying actually. So the Dyson guy, because of Brexit, was going to move everything all of the operations over to Singapore. Still has, actually, for the most part. And then this coronavirus stuff happened. They started going, yeah, actually, like the government here said, oh yeah, we kind of want you to build some fucking ventilators. Again, why the fuck that decision was made, who knows? I think Boris Johnson, actually, the divviest man. Jesus Christ. But I mean, to be fair, we already knew that. I don't know why I'm surprised, really. Like, he's a fucking fool, and quite clearly a fucking fool, and has been the whole time. But there we go. But yeah, he said to the Dyson guy, "Oh well, we need you to produce some ventilators." And so the Dyson guy goes, "Oh, okay, well, fine. So we'll keep some operations here, so long as you give just the executives in the corporation tax break, so that we would be paying the same taxes as we were going to pay in Singapore. Just the executives, not the actual workers." Just corruption, like unreal, really. PR, yeah, probably. Yeah, Dyson and Branson really are hated, aren't they? Branson particularly, as he should be. I mean, he sued the NHS. I literally don't know why we allow him to stay in the country. I think he's awful. I think he's an awful person anyway. But you sue the NHS, like, no one's gonna like you, are they? Like, that is, I've said this many a time, but public transport, the NHS, etc., that's actually a universal thing that most people in the UK, across all demographics, all different political affiliations, different age groups, whatever, gender, everything, something that we all have consensus on. Actually, there's three things. It's the Royal Mail, we want that publicly owned. Public transport, we want that publicly owned, because it's fucking public transport. And the NHS. That's three things that everyone in the UK can, well, that's an exaggeration. I did some analysis of a British social attitude survey, and it's like 90%, maybe even more. It was unbelievably high. All support those things. So, you know, everyone says that they're against socialism, but actually when you look at the policies that everyone supports, it's fucking socialist. So, yeah. That's why Branson's hated. That's the thing. It's because he sued the NHS. I mean, he looks like a creep, but that's not really a good enough reason. I think the main reason is the NHS thing. And he started asking for fucking support from the government for his airline as soon as this COVID stuff happened, didn't he? He's like, oh, the airline's going to go under. You're a fucking multi-billionaire. You fund it, you can't. Like, I just don't get it. It's just crazy. Oh, okay, Mr. Multi-billionaire, we should fund your fucking airline, should we? Right. Even though you already sued the NHS, which made the government have to fucking pay all sorts out to you already, and probably paid your fucking legal fees too. Like, oh, it's just crazy. But there we go. What can you do? Right, I'm gonna have to get going soon. I've been chatting for fucking ages. Well, it's just socialism for the rich, isn't it? There's always socialism for the rich. The banks, plenty of government support there, plenty of government handouts there. Airlines, plenty of government handouts there. Corporations even. Like corporations were handed after COVID, they were handed £1,000 for each person that they kept on after having had them on furlough. So if you kept the staff on that you said you were going to keep on because you needed them, if you kept the staff on that you needed to keep on, you got given £1,000 each for each person that you kept on. Sorry, what? What? Give that money to the people. They need it. It's just, oh, thank you for the follow. It's just crazy. It just makes no sense. Corporations aren't evil. Convince me. You won't be able to, but if you had been here for the whole argument, I'd say yeah, fair. But even America gave money to the people. Yeah. What's your point? Hey, what's your point? I can't comment on something because I have to use corporations in order to get through life. Oh, okay. Okay. That's a reasonable position. Yeah, even America gave money to the people. That was Trump, though. Everyone fucking hated on Trump, but actually, some of his stuff was all right. I mean, yeah, it is a bit mad. I don't know that those stimulus checks were the best idea either. I don't think giving particularly a lot of people who have never had that big sum of money all at once. I don't know that that's a good idea, really. I think like a universal, like a welfare system, but just for that period would have been fine. I don't know that just blindly throwing money at different people in society works. You know, I think you need to have some purpose about it. But that isn't my biggest issue of the whole thing. I'd say there are much larger problems than that, and that would be mainly the corporate shit, you know? But yeah, what do I know? Seemingly more than Boris Johnson, because I don't know if you've seen the WhatsApp messages and that Dominic Cummings has leaked. mate. I thought he was the problem, and now I'm like, he's part of the solution as well. What? Oh, he's not. He's an actor of, he's like, he loves chaos theory, I think. You know? Everyone hates Cummings for the leaks. What? Yeah, because he's already been portrayed in the media as a rat. I did think that that might be the case, you know? I did actually think that that might happen. And that therefore it would actually solidify people's support for Boris Johnson. That is what I did think. In a fleeting moment, I thought that could happen, you know? So apparently it has. Yeah, he is a traitor, sure, but for good reason. Do I think he's got his own motivations? Am I even sure that him and Boris Johnson aren't still working together? No, because Boris Johnson's still planning on bringing in a lot of Dominic Cummings' policy suggestions. I think he just had to get rid of Dominic Cummings for people to get behind him. So I do wonder if this angry thing between Carrie and Dominic is actually all just bullshit. I wouldn't be surprised because they're both manipulative little cunts. And I wouldn't be surprised if Boris Johnson has no idea about any of it either. I'm not surprised by anything really with our government anymore. They're corrupt wankers. You know, on a global corruption index, we rate one of the highest countries for corruption. Which is interesting. I'd say it's even higher now. That was a few years ago that I did that. So yeah, anyway guys, I'm gonna get going because I think I've been streaming for hours to be honest, and I need to get food. I need to get some food. That's it. I was going to carry on as if I have other things to do. I do have other things to do. I'm not going to do them though. I already know that. So, yeah. I will. Let me see how many hours I've been streaming for. Whoa. Nearly 6 hours. So, it's time to go. Always good fun. This was a good little discussion. Very happy with that. Yeah. Good to be here. Good to have yous. Thanks for coming along. And yeah, I shall see you again sometime soon. All right.